Chapter 451 Eternal Night Flame. Hearing Yi and Ziye's voices, Huiji immediately recalled the detailed information the Fire God King had told her about the divine flames on the divine flames list. The flame of eternal night, ranked 72nd on the divine flame ranking. It is born in the depths of the eternal darkness. It has been refined, fused, compressed, sculpted, and lived for 10,000 years. It took 100,000 years to take shape, and after a million years, it will nourish this dark region. When it truly matures, its color will be pure black, and it will hide itself in the center of the dark region. Wherever it is in the extreme night domain, its energy will reach. The power of this flame is unfathomable, and it can even turn an area into an extremely dark region, completely blocking out the sunlight. Huiji muttered softly as this information quickly flashed through her mind. She then raised her head and looked at Yun Nuashing. Her face was instantly covered with ecstasy. Mei Mao also turned around and stared at the black light not far away. She muttered, "Is this what you're looking for?" "Yes." Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded. The ground was pitch black. It was not the kind of black that came from being burnt, but the kind that came from being in a dark and boundless starry sky. Looking up, one could clearly see a stretch of stars. Although there was no sun, the endless starlight sprinkled down, making this place look abnormally bright. In the region of darkness, one could see the sky and a large flame in front of them. There was nothing else. Yun Nuashing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Her eyes were filled with unconcealable throbbing. However, after thinking about it, she looked at Qin Yan. She wanted to know if this girl was also looking for the eternal night flame. Seeing her look, Qin Yan also withdrew her surprised gaze. She hurriedly looked at the guiding bead in her hand, only to find that it was dim and lightless. She heaved a sigh of relief and smiled sweetly at Yun Nuashing. "It seems that the guiding bead is not looking for this." Yun Nuashing returned a smile. Just as she was about to move, a purple light lit up on her chest. Then, a large ball of light purple flames gushed out and condensed in front of her, drawing a curvaceous and alluring figure. Her delicate oval face was filled with joy, just like Yun Nuashing. "I didn't expect you to really find it. I didn't expect the eternal night flame to really be here." She stretched her body, and her voluptuous figure suddenly became a curve that would cause one to have a nosebleed. "I only came because you said it was still here." Hearing her words, Yun Nuashing's face darkened. Although the treasure map had confirmed that the eternal night flame was still here, he had only reluctantly come here because Ziyi said that it was still here. What's the point of being so calculative? Although the eternal night flame is only ranked 72nd on the godly flame list, it's an excellent level for you now. It's even much higher. But if you devour it, the huge amount of energy will definitely be enough for you to break through the breakthrough barrier in one go. Ziye's laughter was also somewhat gratified. Ever since the sea prison flame was abducted by Golden Sparkle, Yun Nuashing had always been a little resentful. "Little star, do you intend to devour 2 godly flames?" Hearing the conversation between the two, Huiji could not remain calm. Since ancient times, many people had tried to devour 2 godly flames. However, when the 2 godly flames were contained in the same body, not only could they not coexist harmoniously, they would also fight as if they were enemies. Therefore, the flames would riot, and even the emperor of the underworld would not feel good. Don't worry, little girl. Little star has the spiritual divine physique. Are you afraid that this little flame can do anything to him? Ziyi smiled indifferently. Everyone laughed bitterly. This godly flame that was more than half ranked on the godly flame list was called a little flame by her. But thinking about it, the purple night flame had the protection of the divine spark, and its energy alone was comparable to the flames in the top 20 of the godly flame list. Purple night flame. Nightmare was in a daze after seeing Ziyi from the side. Qin Yan also seemed to have thought of something as she muttered, "Back then, there was a storm over the purple night flame in the Taiyuan region. Who would have thought that the final winner would be young Master Yin? Yun Nuashing could not help but break out in a cold sweat after being muttered by the two of them. She laughed dryly and could only reply, "It was a coincidence. If it were not for the help of the divine king and the others, I would not have been able to subdue it. Aya, that's enough. Don't talk about other things. Let's go and take a look." Yi could not wait any longer. She pulled Yun Nuashing with her lily-white hand and stomped her feet on the black ground. Her body flew into the area covered by the black light. "Back then, you still have lingering fears." Yun Nuashing could not help but mutter when she saw how impatient Zi was. Everyone looked at each other as the two of them rushed into the black light. Although Zian wanted to follow them in, she could sense how dangerous it was and could not help but frown slightly. Just being 1,000 meters away from the eternal night flame was enough to force them to defend themselves with all their might. If they rushed in, they did not know what would happen. They did not have a godly flame like Yun Nuashing to protect themselves. At this thought, Zian and Mei Mao looked at Yuan Shi and nodded. The latter understood and suggested, "Let's wait outside. It's better not to go there." "Okay." Everyone nodded. This time, there were no strong gods following them. Yao Hua and the others did not dare to rush into the godly flame at will. Purple flames rose around their bodies. As their bodies got closer and closer to the black light, Yun Nuashing could clearly feel that the temperature around their bodies had risen abruptly. It's only 1,000 meters, but the temperature has increased exponentially. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. If it were not for Zi Flame, he would not have dared to rush in without taking any medicine. This is only the 72nd godly flame. If the godly flame ranked in the top 20 were to descend, it would be able to burn everything within a radius of a few 100 million miles, or even the entire region. It would be like a blazing star descending to the earth. Ziyi sneered. Her lily-white hand grabbed his wrist and increased their speed by a lot. "Last time, didn't you?" Yun Nuashing wanted to say something, but was interrupted before he could finish. Ziyi waved her hand and said, "Because I deduced that with the help of your spirit receiving godly physique, I might be able to devour the godly flames ranked below 30. Yun Nuashing came to a realization. He glanced at the exquisite side of her face. The power of the stars revolved slightly and moved side by side with her. He took a deep breath, and the light elements surged slightly. His body finally rushed into the shroud of the black light. When his body entered the black light, the extremely high temperature that he expected did not arrive as expected. Instead, the surrounding temperature strangely decreased by a lot. He even felt that it would not be a problem even if he did not have Ziyi Flame to protect his body. Yun Nuashing's face was filled with shock at this strange scene. A moment later, he returned to his senses and looked at Ziyi on his right. However, he saw that her expression was also rather interesting, which made him bitterly smile. His gaze hurriedly swept past the surroundings, and in the end, it stopped at the black flame in the center. Phew! What a violent fire elemental energy! Wiping his non-existent sweat, Yun Nuashing could clearly feel that the fire elemental energy in the surroundings had formed an incomparably huge energy whirlpool. Like a majestic tide, it surged towards the black flame. This place was like an ocean of flames, and the black flame was suspended in the endless ocean. Like duckweed in the sea, it drifted everywhere without any place to rely on. Furthermore, Yun Nuashing also sensed an extremely powerful barrier where the eternal night flame was located. There should be a barrier protecting this black area that no array Grandmaster could break. This time, if not for the evil spirit accidentally opening the metal device, with Yun Nuashing's ability, it would take a very long time to find the location of the barrier from the outside. Actually, if not for a small crack appearing in the eternal night flame's barrier, it would really be a little difficult for you to find its energy source. Ziyi shot a glance at him and said, "Crack." Yun Nuashing was stunned. How could there be a crack in the barrier created by the eternal night flame itself? Well, I thought of something. Later. Ziyi shook her head. Her jade-like hand slid down and held Yun Nuoxing's hand. The latter was a little confused by her slightly cold little hand. Calm down, remember? Her purple Mei Mao stared at him in a daze. Looking at her slightly worried and serious expression, Yun Nuoxing nodded. He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled and replied, "Okay, let's go. Be careful. The eternal night flame has existed for dozens of eras. I wonder how much it has grown." Ziyi smiled sweetly. "Okay." At this moment, Yun Nuoxing calmed down. He was originally trembling with excitement, but his figure slowly walked towards the black flame. The closer he got to the black flame, the more nervous Yun Nuoxing felt his heart beating wildly. There were many times where the rhythm was out of control. The swaying flame had both form and color, just like a blooming flower. He did not know how nature gave birth to such a perfect thing. Slowly, step by step, he approached the eternal night flame. When the huge black flame was less than 10 meters away from him, his calm and excited gaze swept across it. His body suddenly stiffened. In the swaying black flame, a snow-white color appeared extremely abruptly. The fluttering white color pierced his eyes, causing him to stare so hard that his eye sockets were about to burst. In the center of the huge black flame, the swaying, thick black flame slowly broke apart. At this moment, there was a person a few meters above the ground. Looking at the snow-white figure, Yun Nuoxing's head suddenly exploded. He was a little dazed and muttered, "The aura of life, the normal concentration of fire elements." There's someone the corner of Yun Nuoxing's mouth twitched slightly. After a moment of silence, his vision turned black. It was as if all his strength had been sucked out of his body. He knelt down facing the ground. His handsome face was a little dazed and pale at this moment. "Calm down. We have an agreement. You have to calm down." Just as Yun Nuoxing knelt down in despair, Zi hurriedly knelt down as well. She pulled him into her embrace and muttered, "If there's nothing else, just continue to search. The realm of the gods is so big. You also have that mysterious treasure map. You don't have to worry about not finding the divine flame." Ziyi gently stroked Yun Nuoxing's back and head and comforted him gently. In fact, when she came in, she more or less felt something. As fellow divine flames, the connection between them was very strong. However, there was something else in that connection. It was the aura of life of the snow-white figure. She was also very depressed, but she couldn't show it. She needed to calm down and comfort this little idiot. "You still have me. I can rank in the top 20. I'm much stronger than them." Ziyi hugged him tightly and comforted him gently. "But I spent so much effort twice. Yun Nuoxing murmured involuntarily. He was extremely unwilling. "He was unwilling," Zi nodded. She always knew that he had worked very hard. He didn't hesitate to dive into the deepest part of the East Sea, a place that was close to the God Emperor's forbidden area. It wasn't easy for him to see the azure flame of his dreams, but it was taken away by that person first. This time he ran to the eternal night forest, climbed the night god peak, and broke the barrier. He spent a lot of effort and thought that the eternal night flame would be at his fingertips. Fortunately, Yun Nuoxing's willpower was good. If it was someone else with weak willpower, they might have already gone berserk. Chapter 452. In this world, there are tens of thousands of people who persistently search for what they are looking for every single moment. However, after they have paid the price, how many people have obtained nothing? Some have even lost their lives because of it. It's already very enviable for us to be able to reach this step and continuously encounter the divine flame. Ziyi comforted him softly. Yun Nuoxing took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. He had the treasure map, so he did not have to worry about not being able to find the divine flame. However, it was inevitable that he would feel unsettled after seeing someone else beat him to it twice in a row. Mei Mao looked at the churning black flames with a complicated expression. Zi Yi let out a long sigh and supported Yun Nuashing to stand up with difficulty. The latter did not seem to have recovered his strength and was slightly unsteady on his feet. Half of his body was leaning on Zi Ye's shoulder. Zi Yi turned around to look at his slightly absent-minded eyes and frowned slightly. Just as she was about to say something, Yun Nuashing also looked over and gave her a slightly reassuring smile. Helplessly shaking her head, Zi Yi lifted Yun Nuashing's hand and placed it on her shoulder. Her jade-like hand wrapped around his waist. Her line of sight, once again, looked at the snow-white figure. Her beautiful eyes revealed some astonishment. This person, from head to toe, even her willowy eyebrows were a sheet of snow. It was the figure of a girl. Her slender hands were wrapped around her knees, and her entire body was curled up into a small ball. Her snow-white robe swayed in the flames, and her long hair was like clouds. Her slender waist was so small that it could be held with one arm. The skin that was exposed outside of her clothes was also a sickly white. Her entire person was so white that it was dazzling to the eyes, just like the light god king. Zi looked up and saw a beautiful face that was still obedient in her sleep. She was no more than 20 years old. Her pair of beautiful eyebrows were naturally relaxed, and her pale lips were slightly pursed. She was quiet and did not seem to fit in with this violent space of flames. The aura that permeated the air was also extremely powerful. It was at the level of a dark god expert. Zi Yi blinked slightly. Her sharp senses seemed to have detected some discordant energy fluctuations. Although the fluctuations were extremely inconspicuous in the land of Berserk, they were magnified countless times in her senses. Could it be? Mei Mao looked at the snow-white woman strangely, then looked at Yun Nuashing. She gently pinched his waist with her jade-like hand, scaring him so much that he almost lay down again. She encountered some problems in the process of subduing the eternal night flame. The energy in her body is slightly unstable. If an external force were to interfere at this time, she would be severely injured at best, or even killed at worst, Zi muttered to himself. By saying this, she was basically telling Yun Nuashing that this beautiful little sister had encountered a problem in subduing the eternal night flame. If you were more forceful and interrupted her, you might still have a chance to subdue the eternal night flame. Boom! The moment Zi finished speaking, she saw Yun Nuashing's most berserk scene, dozens of divine weapons, accompanied by a series of clanging sounds, split the eternal night flame into dozens of areas. The Scarlet Cross and the lunar platform stood at the front and back. A terrifying divine power descended from the sky, causing the space to tremble. The energy of the eternal night flame was like a mouse that had seen a cat. It shrank back a lot, and the black light also weakened by a lot. The two divine weapons quickly merged in his hands. The purple flames dyed the white light in his palms into a ball of fire, and it continued to spew out terrifying lightning. That energy caused even Zi, who was also a part of the divine weapon, to feel his heart skip a beat. Come on. How do you cut it? How do you interrupt it? Do you want to cut it horizontally, or do you want to directly blast this place into pieces? When that terrifying and crazy voice sounded, the eternal night flame and the snow-white woman trembled slightly. The former even began to tremble a little. It was obvious just by looking at the violent swaying of the space. Seeing Yun Nuashing's deranged look, Zi suddenly regretted telling him about this. Sigh. He sighed deeply. However, even if he didn't tell Yun Nuashing, that woman would probably fail to subdue the eternal night flame due to the turbulent energy. When that time came, her fate wouldn't be any better. Just give her a casual blow and she will be interrupted. Whether she is seriously injured or dead, it will depend on her own fate. Zi Yi murmured helplessly. Perhaps this was better. After all, she was someone he didn't know. Compared to Yun Nuashing, he could still tell who was more important. Following a terrifying sound of metal splitting the sky and earth, Yun Nuashing's long sword which had once caused the Emperor of the Netherworld to tremble, appeared in his hands. The demonic patterns and runes seemed to come alive as they wriggled on the sword. The pitch-black light caused the surrounding space to collapse, creating many holes. Yun Nuoxing laughed maniacally. He raised the divine weapon, which was formed by the fusion of the Netherworld ruined sword and Linghong sword, and pointed it at the center of the eternal night flame. Where the tip of the sword pointed, the black flames parted, and even a passage was opened in the space. Zi Yi shook his head, helplessly. He crossed his hands in front of him and sighed softly. Then he slowly turned around. She could already guess what was going to happen next without anyone telling her. The two divine weapons had already fused. This didn't look like he was going to interrupt the girl's attempt to subdue the eternal night flame. He was going to blast her into pieces, however. Just as she turned around to avoid what was about to happen in the next second, her beautiful eyes inadvertently glanced at the snow-clothed woman, only to see that there were actually 2 drops of tears on her quiet little face. Her originally bright little face had become much paler at this moment. Opening her mouth, Zi wanted to say something, but when she saw the increasingly tyrannical energy around Yun Nuoxing and the increasingly crazed expression on his handsome face, the words that were about to come out of her mouth spun around, and then she swallowed them all back into her stomach. If you want to blame someone, blame it on me. I said those words to this little fool. I hope that you will be reincarnated into a good family, Zi muttered in her heart. Then she completely turned around. Mei Mao also slowly closed her eyes. She waited for his judgment on that girl to descend. How is this possible? Just as she thought that the long sword was about to land, she heard a helpless and tired voice from behind her. She widened her eyes in shock at Mei Mao. "Huh!" Yun Nuoxing roared, as if he wanted to melt all his emotions into this roar. Then he fiercely stabbed the divine sword into the ground. Following his roar, the divine weapons that surrounded the eternal night flame all emitted terrifying energy waves and landed on the ground. Then a golden light that could cut through the darkness suddenly burst forth. 9 heavens soul subduing formation. Suppress! Yun Nuoxing roared. His hands moved like lightning. Dazzling golden energy flowed out of his body like water and landed on the divine sword in front of him. Then tens of thousands of golden energy threads rushed out from the divine sword and connected all the divine weapons together. With the eternal night flame as the center of the formation, a huge golden formation rapidly took shape. As soon as this dazzling golden formation was formed, golden particles were born from the formation and filled this black world. A strange energy was emitted from it. The majestic golden energy surged into the black flame and quickly disappeared. Zi was shocked. She laughed bitterly. She could sense that the chaotic energy waves were slowly fading and returning to normal. The violence in this place had also calmed down. Furthermore, the speed at which the girl refined the eternal night flame had increased by several times with the help of the origin formation of the divine body. Buzz! As the formation was completed, the densely packed divine weapons also disappeared and returned to Yun Nuoxing's body. The divine sword also trembled slightly and turned back into 2 divine weapons and rushed into his body. His beautiful light purple hair was also turning pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zi Yi hurriedly turned her head and saw Yun Nuoxing's exhausted back. She felt a little sorry for him and hurriedly supported him. She scolded in confusion. "Why do you have to do this?" "I don't know either." Yun Nuoxing looked up at the sky and sighed. His eyes were slightly moist. "Although I wanted to cut her in half in the beginning, then I can't do it." Yun Nuoxing sighed bitterly and muttered, "I have no enmity with her. It's her good fortune that she found the eternal night flame. Why do I have to ruin her good fortune? Perhaps this is fate. Forget it, forget it, forget it." Yun Nuoxing fiercely stomped his foot and turned his head. He revealed a smile that was uglier than a crying face and said, "Forget it," 3 times in a row. The dispirited look on his face was much more serious than before. Although it was very forced, he was forcing himself to let go of this matter. So ugly. Zi Yi patted his head with heartache. She took a deep breath and forced a smile. Isn't it just a divine flame? I'll take you to find it. Whether it's the top 20 or the top 10, I'll refine it for you. The realm of the gods is so big, and there are 150 types of divine flames. I don't believe that my little star won't be able to find at least one. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing grinned. He glanced at the snow-white woman and slowly closed his eyes. He hugged his unconscious body and laughed bitterly. This idiot, how can you be so stupid? Although the eternal night flame was only ranked 72nd, it was a divine item of heaven and earth. The 9 heavens soul subduing formation was said to be able to suppress all spiritual items in the world. Unfortunately, the divine flame was too powerful, and his own strength wasn't enough. In the end, he exhausted all of his energy. I have to send this little idiot out. Right now, Yun Nuashing had a lot of divine weapons in his body and stored a lot of energy. He wasn't in a hurry to ask Zi to help him recover his energy. Zi Yi hugged Yun Nuashing and sighed. She looked back at the snow-white woman and muttered to herself, "The realm of the gods is so big. I'm afraid we won't meet again in this lifetime. If we do meet again, and you dare to stand in front of Little Star, I'll be the first to come out and extract your soul. I'll let you taste the pain of the purple night flame and the divine spark burning your soul." After she finished speaking, she didn't look at that person anymore. She coldly snorted and rushed out of the eternal night flame with Yun Nuashing in her arms. The area that was enveloped by the black flames and golden particles became quiet again after Zi and Zi left. Even the eternal night flame became very obedient under the might of the 9 heavens soul subduing formation. Whoosh! In the distance, a ray of purple light appeared from the black light. Everyone who had just sat down and was about to cultivate was stunned. It came out just like that? It should take a long time to subdue the divine flame, right? The purple light flashed a few times and appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw the situation, they were shocked. Ziyin and Yuan, she jumped up in a fluster and hurriedly ran to Ziye's side. Yi, she immediately spread out her soul barrier and protected the area. What happened to Little Star? Did she suffer a backlash? Yuan Shi and Ziyin immediately put their palms on Yun Nuashing's pulse and asked in unison. Yao Hua and the others also hurriedly came over. When they saw Yun Nuashing's pale face, they were shocked. Then they looked at Ziyi in confusion. Logically speaking, the purple night flame had the body of a godhead and was comparable to the top 20 divine flames. Although they hadn't seen the divine flames devouring each other, logically speaking, a higher-ranked divine flame should be able to easily devour a lower-ranked divine flame. Right? What backlash? Someone is already refining the eternal night flame. Zi Yi waved his hand and said helplessly, "Ah, someone beat us to it again." Yao Hua and the others were shocked, while Ziyan and Yuan, she were stunned by this sudden news. Last time, when they went to subdue the sea prison flame, someone had beaten them to it. How could someone beat them to the eternal night flame? Could it be that they were unlucky? Brother Nua is fine. He just exhausted his energy and needs to rest for a while. Yi, she moved her hand away from Yun Nuashing's forehead and looked at Ziyi. She frowned and said, "I'm afraid there's something else?" Ziyi waved his hand and said, "Let's go out first. We'll talk as we walk." Everyone nodded in agreement. The eternal night flame was right next to them. It was indeed not a good place to talk. Seeing that everyone nodded, Zi took out the nether void sword from Yun Nuashing's soul and tore a huge hole in the void. Then he carried Yun Nuashing and walked out. Everyone hurriedly followed. Chapter 453. This was a vast and endless green forest. Occasionally there would be a few mountain ranges that rose steeply from the ground, which were also filled with vitality. As far as the eye could see, it was a stretch of emerald green. No one knew how far this forest extended. Occasionally, an eagle would fly across the sky, bringing along a few sharp cries. At a certain moment in the forest that was filled with life, the space on the top of a somewhat flat mountain fluctuated. Immediately, a large silver-blue hole was split open in the empty space. Over a dozen human figures walked out in a single file and landed on the mountain peak. We're not in the eternal night forest anymore. The sunlight shone on their bodies, giving them a somewhat warm feeling. Everyone was startled and raised their heads in disbelief. When they saw the familiar twin stars hanging high in the sky, they couldn't help but heave a big sigh of relief. They didn't know how long they had stayed in the eternal night forest. That damned place didn't have the cycle of day and night. For them, sunlight was something they hadn't seen for a long time. It should be because of that barrier. I sensed a teleportation fluctuation, Yi-Shi said softly. Let's find a place to settle down first. The darkness of that place really isn't suitable for me. After staying there for a long time, I'll feel pain all over my body when the sunlight shines on me. I wonder if I'm rotting. Yuan, she muttered, making everyone smile bitterly. However, no one objected to Yuan-Shi's words. Indeed, they had stayed in that place for too long. They couldn't even get used to the sunlight. Right now, it was better to find a place to rest. Originally, Yuan-Shi wanted to bring Yun Nuashing over. She felt that it wasn't good for a girl to carry Yun Nuashing. However, Ziyi said that she could help Yun Nuashing recover better, so she didn't insist. With a goal in mind, the group immediately got ready to set off. After packing up a little, they soared into the sky and quickly flew out of the forest. With Yun Nuashing's treasure map, they didn't have to worry about getting lost. When they took it out, they saw the location of Ziyi and the others. This was a forest tens of millions of miles away from the Eternal Night Forest, close to the northwest of the Sourcepeak region. They didn't know whether the barrier was a fixed teleportation or just a random place. Fortunately, there was a sizable city nearby. With everyone's speed and the support of Yao Hua's light element, it wouldn't take them much time to reach there. None of them planned to go back. They had all obtained enough benefits from the night god spring, absorbing the strange energy there. If they went back and cultivated properly, they might be able to reach a higher level. As for Yao Hua and the others, they had also exceeded their goal and completed the Metal God King's mission, raising their strength by 3 minor realms. They were not afraid of being scolded when they returned. Moreover, they had spent so much time in the Eternal Night Forest. It was about time for it to close. The next time it opened would be 1,000 years later. Along the way, Ziyi told them what had happened in the Eternal Night Flame. After listening, Ziyin, Yuan-Shi, and Yi-Shi sighed and said, "That idiot! If Yu-Yin was still with Yun Nuashing, she would have hung him up and scolded him until he woke up. We haven't heard any news about the Eternal Night Flame in the past 1,000 years." Jining said as she ran her fingers through her hair. She looked at Qin and Nightmare. "Indeed, we haven't heard anything. If we did, we wouldn't be the only ones here." Qin nodded, while Nightmare shrugged. Of course, no faction would be stupid enough to announce something as big as the Divine Flame. Even if they found it, they would try to subdue it secretly. Yuan, she added, for such a heavenly treasure, unless one couldn't subdue it on their own, they would call for help. If they still couldn't subdue it with their own strength, then they would spread the news to see if they could fish in troubled waters and pick up some scraps. So, Sister Z, we haven't seen this white-clothed woman before. Mu Ling shrugged helplessly. Hearing this, Zai could only sigh helplessly. She projected the woman's appearance, wanting to see if these heirs of large factions would recognize her. If even they didn't recognize her, then she was probably nameless or someone from a hidden faction. Could she be someone from thousands of years ago, or even tens of thousands of years ago? The Eternal Night Forest only opens once every 1,000 years. Subduing the divine flame isn't something that can be done in a day. Since she's a divine underworld expert, maybe she has some history? Yi Shi asked. The successors of the major factions were stunned. They racked their brains, but it wasn't long before they were interrupted by Z. No, that woman doesn't have such a strong aura of time. Yi shook her head. As a peak divine emperor, she was more familiar with the flow of time than anyone else. That woman's aura didn't have that ancient aura. She didn't have that much aura of time. In other words, she wasn't that old, based on the aura of time I felt. Yi thought for a moment, then looked at Yuan Shi and said, "She might be a little older than your sister." PFFF! Hearing this, everyone spat out a mouthful of saliva. They all widened their eyes in shock. Yuan Qian wasn't that old. 50 years was still very young for a cultivator. The upper limit of a demonic realm cultivator's lifespan was 100,000 years. 50 years was nothing at all. A little older than my sister? Yuan, she was so frightened that his jaw almost dislocated. Because it was his sister, he was more shocked than the others. A little older than his sister meant she was 50 or 60 years old. At most, she wouldn't be more than 100, less than 100 years old. A divine underworld expert. Thinking of this, Yuan, she felt that he was about to faint. The others were also a little dizzy when they heard this news. No matter how monstrous a talent was, it would take at least a few hundred years to cultivate to the initial god level. Moreover, it was only when one had just stepped into the initial god level. Whether it was Yao Hua or Yuan Shi, they all had initial god level experts in their families. There were also many genius experts in their families who had entered the initial god level in 400 or 500 years. However, even for those people, their cultivation speed seemed to have stopped after entering the initial god level. No matter how hard they cultivated, it was difficult for them to make any progress. It wasn't that their talent wasn't good enough, but that every level and step in the initial god level required too much energy. According to the records of the Yuan family, the genius who cultivated the fastest reached the initial god level in 200 years. It took him 400 years to advance from deity son to supreme god. It took him nearly 1,000 years to advance from supreme god to supreme god. By the time he stepped into the divine underworld divide, he was already more than 10,000 years old, almost 20,000 years old. Not to mention later, when he became a divine god, he was already 60 to 70,000 years old. After that, it took him 80 to 90,000 years to improve. Yuan, she said with a dry mouth. 10,000 years. Sister Z, please tell me that you sensed wrong. Yao Hua's face was filled with despair, a level that could only be reached after 10,000 years. That woman in white reached it in just 100 years. Even if it was the divine body of spiritual absorption, that monstrous talent was even more monstrous than a monstrous talent. Although it's a bit of a blow to you young geniuses, it's the truth. There's no point in arguing. That woman, I can guarantee that she's not more than 200 years old. Yi shook her head helplessly. A group of young geniuses wailed in the sky. Their sharp wails were so sorrowful that even the heavens and earth turned their heads. They found an enormous restaurant and reserved an extremely spacious place to rest, and then they vanished around the corner under the gazes of the numerous people in the restaurant. As for the numerous whispers that resounded from behind them, Yi and the others chose to disregard them. The environment of this resting area was very quiet. Green trees clustered around the pavilions and courtyards. A faint fragrance wafted out, causing one's spirit to rise. Such a quiet and secluded place made Yuan Shi and the rest, who were exhausted to the bone, extremely satisfied. The group walked around the huge area for a long time before they arrived at the highest level area. After searching for a while according to the house number, they found the residence of a group of more than 10 people. Creak! Gently pushing open the door, Z and the rest walked in. They scanned the room and saw that not only was there a huge living room, but there were also more than 10 side rooms. There was also a secret room specially equipped for cultivation. looking at this extremely luxurious residence. Even Yuan Shi and the rest could not help but click their tongues in amazement. Ao! Yao Hua and the rest of the youths took the lead and rushed forward. They threw themselves onto the huge sofa in the living room and stretched their bodies. They twisted and turned like maggots, causing the girls who were still standing at the door to roll their eyes. Ziyi was speechless as he looked at the group of boys piled on the sofa like corpses. He carried Yun Nuoxing and walked into a side room. Ziyin and Yi she hurriedly followed. Yuan she even rolled a few times on the sofa before he reluctantly got up and ran towards them. In the side room that could accommodate dozens of people, Zi gently placed Yun Nuoxing on the large bed that could fit 6 people. He rubbed his eyebrows tiredly. The spiritual divine body was in a state of exhaustion. Previously, she could still rely on the energy stored in the divine artifact to help her recover. Now, she had actually started to ask for energy from her. Seeing that Yun Nuoxing's long hair had regained some of its light purple color and that her spiritual energy was much more abundant, logically speaking, she should be able to wake up once her spiritual energy recovered. Moreover, even if the energy in her body was completely exhausted, with Yun Nuoxing's recovery speed, she would be able to fully recover in 4 hours. With the support of the 5 elements and the spiritual divine body, her recovery speed was enough to scare a god to death. The hole in her body is slowly being filled up. In a little while, she will return to her peak state. Yi, she moved her small hand away from Yun Nuoxing's forehead and side. There are no injuries in her body. Why can't she wake up? Ziyin also moved her hand away with some doubts. She looked at Ziyi and asked in puzzlement. Ziyi sat down by the bed and tapped her chest with her slender finger. She said, "The scars in the heart always need some time to heal. Even that optimist little star also needs some time to forget these 2 things. This is the punishment he gave himself," Ziyi said with a complicated expression. "Nothing will happen, right? Something like an inner demon?" Yuan, she hesitated for a while and said. Hearing this, Ziyi thought for a while and shook her head. He will only be depressed for a period of time. There shouldn't be such a serious situation. In the large room, the few of them fell silent. Their gazes were filled with various emotions as they stared at the young man on the bed who was in deep sleep with his eyes closed. Little Star still hasn't woken up. Yao Hua and the others, who had come back to life, walked in. They were still yawning sleepily and swaying with every step. They felt as if they had gone out to suffer and had finally crawled back with great difficulty. Not so fast. Ziyin shook her head. She thought for a while and said, "If you have something important to do, you don't have to wait for us. It's nothing urgent. Teacher and the others have already completely left us to you." Jean Ying sighed grumpily and sat down beside Ziyan. She leaned her head on Ziyan's shoulder and twisted it slightly. She muttered, "We can only follow you for the time being. Little Yan Yan, you won't object, right?" "I'm fine with it." Ziyan shook her head. "I already sent a signal to the elder when we landed, but the elder said he had some urgent matters to attend to and had already returned to the Qin clan. He told me to be careful on my own." Qin Yan said softly, but she was a bit confused. What kind of urgent matter could be so urgent that they would leave her here? Is it so easy to let go of the heirs of great powers like you? Yi rolled his eyes. At this point, Jining, Ziyin, and the others were all stunned. They all turned to look at Nightmare, who was leaning against the door with his arms crossed. For a moment, Devil Nightmare, who was deep in thought, was startled by the dozen or so pairs of eyes staring at him. Then he coughed dryly and revealed a slightly normal smile. "I've decided. I'll travel with that fellow." "What, you also?" Yao Hua and the others sighed when they heard this. Before they could finish their words, they all sensed that something was amiss. It took them a long time to react. Dozens of pairs of eyes stared at Nightmare, and their jaws dropped to the ground. Chapter 454. The atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing point in an instant. It was as if a dozen ice sculptures had suddenly appeared, apart from Zien and the others. Everyone else stared at Nightmare in disbelief. Even Zien's eyebrows twitched. After a long time, the dozens of ice sculptures made cracking noises and came to life together. Yao Hua leaped in front of Devil, put his hand on the latter's shoulder, and said in a low voice with a dark expression, "Brother Devil, the trip you mentioned, could it be that trip?" Nightmare looked at him strangely, then at everyone else. He nodded and said, "Isn't Yun Nuashin going to travel all over the God Realm? Is there a problem?" Gasp! Hearing his words, Yao Hua and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this guy for real? "Brother Yuan, I'd like to join your group. Do you welcome me?" Nightmare put his hands on his hips and looked at Yuan Shi with a warm smile. "We'll be going to some very dangerous places, such as the Burning Mountain, the Golden Forest, the First God Mine, the Burial Ruins, and so on. If you think you can handle it." Yuan Shi smiled mysteriously as he looked at Nightmare with a half-serious look. Yao Hua and the others swallowed their saliva. Although they had heard Yuan Shi mention it once, hearing her say it again in such a calm manner, they still felt a little scared. The dignified life Forbidden Zone was just like that, and there wasn't a trace of trembling in her voice. Everyone turned to look at Nightmare again, hoping to see a trace of fear and dread on his face. Instead, they saw his smile grow even wider, and it was even showing signs of turning into a deranged grin. "Okay, Forbidden Zones. I like them." These few words almost caused Yao Hua and the others to fall to the ground. This was another person who was not afraid of the heavens or the earth. In the past, when I was in the Nightwalker Alliance, the elders always said that I couldn't go anywhere. They restricted my freedom all day long. They would make me cultivate, and cultivate. I cultivated until I had a belly full of anger. Now that I've finally come out, I'm not going back. Whatever Forbidden Zone, whatever dangerous place, I'll definitely go there," Nightmare said rather gloomily. She looked as if she was about to run away from home because she was usually too strict. When she saw the determination written all over Mo Yan's face, Yuan Shi's brows twitched without leaving a trace. She stealthily glanced at Ziyan, who frowned slightly upon receiving her gaze. After pondering for a moment, she sighed and cutely shrugged her shoulders as she said, "Do as you wish." "Is that so?" Yuan Shi jumped up from his chair and walked to Nightmare. He stretched out his hand and smiled. "Welcome. Have a nice trip." Nightmare grinned and reached out his hand to shake hers. Both of them used a little strength and said, "Have a nice trip?" Seeing this, Zian couldn't help but smile. She turned to look at Yun Nuashing and whispered, "Little star, we're going to have one more companion. We are a generation that is free like the wind and doesn't want to be bound by anything. We are free to soar through the 9 heavens, abandon everything behind us and travel alone. We will bring our own dreams to the unknown future and reap the wonders that belong to us." Creak! The next morning, the tightly shut door slowly opened, and Zi Yen slowly walked out. Her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed as she looked at the radiant sun in the sky that was sprinkling warm sunlight. She couldn't help but stretch her body, and her small red lips curled into a charming arc. She walked to the room next door and quietly opened the door. The bright and beautiful pale golden sunlight fell on the body of the purple-clothed woman on the bed. Her purple and white long hair swayed slightly due to the majestic energy fluctuations, and the clothes that tightly clung to her body outlined her beautiful figure. Her oval face was mixed with a trace of tiredness and tranquility. After an entire night of meditation, the tiredness had not been eliminated. "Sister Z, where's Little Star?" Zian looked around the room, but she couldn't see Yun Nuashing. She was slightly surprised. She looked at the woman in purple and asked softly. The whistling wind quietly stopped. The messy long hair and dress also slowly stopped. The woman on the bed also slowly opened her bright eyes. She then let out a long yawn and rubbed her smooth face with her jade-like hands. Only then did she slowly climb down from the bed. The little idiot is sleeping in his soul. I'm taking his place for now. As for when he'll wake up, maybe in the next moment, maybe in a few days, or maybe in a few years. Ziyi said lazily, Is little Star's injuries that serious? Hearing this, Ziyin couldn't help but frown. They had just examined him yesterday. There shouldn't be any injuries. How could he be sleeping? It's not an injury. It's just a small pit in his heart. You can think of it as him throwing a tantrum. But, well, he hasn't completely recovered yet. This will take some time. Under passive recovery, he'll be completely healed in a day or two. We just have to see when that idiot will stop sulking and come out. Ziyi sighed, sitting in the living room. Ziyi brewed a pot of high-quality tea leaves. The faint fragrance of the tea filled the living room. With a light sniff, she felt as if all the grogginess from waking up in the morning had disappeared. Sister Z, let me take a look at little Star's map. After taking a sip of tea, Ziyin said softly to Z, who was sitting across from her. Hearing this, Z casually took out the huge map and gently tossed it over. She asked casually, Do you have a place you want to go? A little. There's a place I want to take a look at. Ziyin smiled and nodded. She spread out the huge treasure map and looked in the direction of the Source Peak region. Just as she found the red and looked around, she was somewhat astonished to find that the place she wanted to go to was actually not far away from where they were currently at. Ziyi was also startled when she saw the emotional fluctuations on her face. After thinking for a while, she had an answer in her heart. This little girl had just arrived at Taiyuan region. Could it be that she wanted to go? You want to go to Xingling City? As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Ziyin's lily-white hand tremble with the map. Ziyi knew in her heart that she had guessed correctly. This little girl wanted to see the place where Yin Nuoxing had stayed, speaking of which, it's quite unbelievable that Xingling City appeared on this map. Zai turned the map on the table around and saw the city not far away from the red dot. When the 3 words Star Spirit City entered her eyes, she muttered doubtfully. Even the 4 great sacred cities of the divine continent didn't appear on the map. It was little Xingxing who added it. Why is there a Star Spirit City on it? Little Star had studied it before, but they didn't get any results. Ziyin turned the map to the middle and softly said, Creak. The soft sound of a door being pushed open came from the side, accompanied by a long yawn. His green clothes were slightly messy, and his messy long hair drooped over his shoulders. His slovenly appearance caused the 2 girls to be somewhat astonished. Morning sun, world, life. It's another sacred day. The green-robed man suddenly opened his arms and laughed loudly, causing the 2 girls to feel a little embarrassed. From the sound of his voice, it sounded like Nightmare. He usually dressed normally, but who would have thought that he would wake up in such a disheveled state? In the next moment, he looked at the mirror at the door and tidied himself up like a gust of wind. When he was tidy, he nodded in satisfaction and walked towards the living room. He saw Ziyi and Ziyi looking at the huge map on the table and chatting about something. He walked up with a smile and grinned. Good morning, 2 beauties. Ziyi and Zi, who were studying the treasure map, simultaneously rolled their eyes. Nightmare, on the other hand, didn't care and sat down. He poured a cup of tea and filled it for the 2 girls. Only then did he take a sip and let out a long sigh. Only then did he look at Ziyin and say, The matter you asked me to investigate, I urgently checked it last night. However, the distance is a little far, and the soul communication can't last for long. The information I can get is also limited. Hearing this, Ziyin was startled. He raised his head nervously and asked carefully, How is it? Well, that place is still the same as before. Many people visit it, but recently there have been a lot more people going there. Nightmare rubbed his hair with 2 fingers and said, However, there's no specific information. I haven't heard anything about what happened, which force broke in, and how far they broke in. The Great Fire Mountain is very big. It's the largest protrusion from the bottom of the East Sea, and it's directly connected to the magma underground. Moreover, although it's called the Fongyan Mountain, it's actually a mountain range with hundreds of active volcanoes. Throughout the year, there aren't many days of peace. There are always pillars of fire shooting up into the sky. Black fog and magma are the main substances there. Moreover, because it's constantly erupting, it's also shrouded in extremely hot smoke all year round, making it difficult to approach from the air. The magma that erupts flows into the sea and cools into soil, gradually expanding the range of that region. Originally, it was a tourist attraction on the East Sea, but one day, suddenly, a mysterious energy descended from the sky and disrupted the energy balance there. Now, because of that mysterious energy, that place has become a place of no life. There were gods who went there before, but they immediately lost contact with them. Moreover, there were gods who specialized in the wood element who investigated the Great Fire Mountain. There was no sign of life in the Great Fire Mountain, and it became a true land of death. Many people speculated that the energy that suddenly fell from the sky was a huge meteorite. Some people also said that the fire element inside was so dense that it gave birth to spiritual intelligence. There are also some people who speculated that the energy that suddenly fell from the sky was a huge meteorite. There are also some people who speculated that the fire element inside was so dense that it gave birth to intelligence. As for the dense fire element cluster that you mentioned, I'm sorry. I didn't receive any information about this in the information I received. Nightmare scratched his head and said apologetically, "Well, sorry to trouble you." Zia nodded. The origin of fire? Zai looked up at her, then looked at Nightmare. The latter was the son of God of the Nightwalker Alliance. This strange power was spread all over the realm of the gods. They could even be seen outside the Forbidden Zone, acting as a supply depot. It was a wise choice to use him to investigate the situation in the Forbidden Zone. But the latest news that I received, I didn't hear of any power that had completely set foot in the depths of the Great Fire Mountain. At most, they only saw the hellish scene from the periphery. So you don't have to think that it's gone. Nightmare saw that she wasn't speaking, so he quickly added on, "Well, I'm not in a hurry." Hearing this, Xian shook her head indifferently. Even if the Great Fire Mountain really did have the origin of fire, other than her, no one else would be able to obtain it. She had seen the spiritual nature of that thing. How good could something that could make a group of gods run in circles? That's true, but we can't just stay here forever. Glancing at her, Zai clapped his slender hands and rolled up the treasure map. He put it into the pendant and said, "Wake everyone up. We'll travel and adventure along the way. Let's go to the Great Fire Mountain region and then head to the East Sea of the Divine Continent." Chapter 455. In the blue sky, the two stars lazily poured sunlight onto the earth. The breeze that rushed into the distance neutralized the heat of the sun. The green mountain range in the distance had a touch of pale yellow, and the silent space seemed to be responding to this quiet season. Even the golden light in the sky streaked across the blue sky without the slightest sound. Achoo! Suddenly, the crisp sound of a young man sneezing could be heard from the golden light, followed by the sound of shuddering and sniffling. The rustling sound effect made one's nose itch when they heard it. It's autumn? Unknowingly, she rubbed the tip of his red nose and muttered in a nasal voice. But before he could finish speaking, he sneezed loudly and gorgeously, spitting out a spray of saliva. Everyone around him was stunned. A dignified, immortal-ranked cultivator can catch a cold? Yao Hua and the others said in disbelief. At their level, it was almost impossible for them to catch any ordinary diseases. However, she sneezed again and again, making them wonder if the latter had caught some serious, immortal-ranked illness. "No, I'm learning from Little Star," he said. "This is, experiencing the life of an ordinary person, using a special method to suppress the mind and soul to a certain extent, adjusting the body's condition to that of an ordinary person's. It's also a different experience. Yuan Shi opened his mouth and yawned for a long time. He said in a serious tone, "Do you want me to teach you?" "No, it's better not." Yao Hua shook his head solemnly. He couldn't help but feel a few black lines hanging down his forehead. As expected, he still couldn't understand Yin Nuoxing's actions. Ian adjusted the scarf hanging around his neck and blew into his cold little palm. He took out a long scarf from his ring and handed it to Yuan Shi. He said, "But you still have to be careful. What if you really get sick?" Aya. Thank you, little Zian. I'm strong and healthy. It's fine." Yuan Shi grinned and took the scarf. He casually wrapped it around his neck twice, leaving only a section hanging in front of his chest. Then he smiled at everyone and said, "Don't I look handsome?" Seeing his strange appearance, everyone rolled their eyes. Nightmare couldn't help but laugh. "You're so lame. Teach me that weird technique. As the saying goes, when in a group, do as the Romans do." After laughing for a moment, he said to Yuan Shi in a serious tone. Yuan Shi rolled his eyes, then sent a message with his divine sense. A moment later, this strange group had one more scarf-wearing weirdo. "I still don't understand what you guys are thinking." Yao Hua and the others raised their middle fingers at the two men when they saw how ugly their scarves were. Even Yi couldn't bear to watch any longer. He sighed and said, "You guys, little Xing's so-called ordinary life is because his state of mind is a little special. To be precise, that kid thinks too much all the time, making himself very old. Therefore, this kind of ordinary life is very suitable for him. However, your state of mind is different from his. This kind of training of the state of mind is also different for each person." When the young experts heard this, they all nodded with a serious look on their faces. "But I think it's pretty good. Other than feeling sleepy, there's nothing special." "Yuan," she said while yawning. Zai looked at the sky quietly. After a moment, he sighed. "As long as you like it." Shui Xia raised her head to look at the sky and found the direction to the south. Her blue eyes stared blankly in that direction for a long time before she suddenly said in a soft voice, "I want to go to the southern ice realm. I want to see that ice mountain." "Ice mountain?" Zian murmured doubtfully. "Ice mountain? In the southern ice realm, there's an ice mountain that's similar to the night god peak. Some people even believe that it's so high that it reaches straight into the star field. However, very few people have ever set foot in the southern ice realm, and even fewer have ever seen the Sky Curtain Peak. Since ancient times, there have been no more than 1,000 people who have ever seen the Sky Curtain Peak, and the amount of information obtained isn't very much either. However, just a few words were enough to push the Sky Curtain Peak up to the altar and become a legend. All in all, it's one of the more famous miracles in the realm of the gods. Yuan, she explained patiently. There's always a bone-chilling snowstorm in the northern and southern ice realms. It's said that the temperature is already below absolute zero, but the air won't freeze. Let alone the Sky Curtain Peak. It's hard to even set foot in that place. Anyway, with our current strength, we'll only be an ancient ice sculpture waiting for future generations to discover. Yao Hua added. Everyone smiled bitterly. Where are we going? Yi Shi, who was beside Zian, finally couldn't help but ask after listening for a long time. Hearing this, Yao Hua and the others finally remembered that they didn't even know where they were going, and they were already on their way. We're going to a special place. Zian turned around and put a slender finger in front of her red lips, smiling mysteriously at Yi Shi. Seeing her familiar, mysterious appearance that didn't feel out of place, everyone looked at each other for a while, then shook their heads. This little girl had learned all of Yun Nuoxing's bad habits, with everyone's speed, and with the help of Yao Hua's light element, and Yi Shi opening short-distance teleportation gates from time to time. The distance of 1,000,000 miles wasn't very far after a few rounds of teleportation. After a whole morning, at noon, everyone saw a brown line protruding from the horizon. The tall city wall was slowly rising in front of them. Yi also took out the map and compared it for a while. After confirming that there were no mistakes, everyone swooped down towards Xingling City. They found a restaurant, and as soon as they entered a private room, they all collapsed on the sofa, paralyzed. Even if their strength wasn't bad, they still couldn't bear to travel for an entire morning without rest. "This city is a bit strange," Qin Yan couldn't help but say while resting. "How is it strange?" Everyone answered weakly. Hearing this, Qin Yan didn't say anything, and no one knew if she was organizing her words or something else. After a long time, she said doubtfully, "I've been to many big cities in the Divine Prefecture. The areas where we humans live are all filled with a large amount of heaven and earth force and elemental energy. Although it can't be compared to some of the schools or forces located on the dragon veins, the energy there is much richer than the places where humans live. It's more suitable for cultivators to live in. I feel that Xingling City also has a lot of energy." Yuan, she stretched and said. Qin Yan nodded and said, "Yes, it's not a problem of energy. Don't you feel that the spiritual energy here seems to be too abundant? Even the 4 great holy cities of the Divine Prefecture don't have such a large amount of spiritual energy. The environment is too good?" Yao Hua raised his hand and said weakly, "That could be the reason, but just by relying on the good fortune of nature, unless there's a divine item that can be ranked in the top 20 of the heavenly treasures ranking, there wouldn't be such a rich spiritual energy here. Such a huge amount of spiritual energy is enough to nourish the entire population of Xingling City. As for how many people there are in a city, I don't think I need to tell you," Qin Yan said in a half-doubtful and half-serious manner. Everyone, "Oh, according to what you said, Xingling City is such a beautiful city. It shouldn't be so unknown." Lei Ming frowned. They had only heard of this city's name when they arrived here. They had never heard of it before. Even though they had been to Taiyuan Domain, participated in the once-in-a-century auction in Xingqiu City, and even had a fight in Xinglua City, they had never heard of a city called Xingling City in Taiyuan Domain. "You're telling me this, I also..." Qin Yan laughed bitterly. She only had this feeling. After a moment, she quickly changed the topic. "Oh right, Zian, why are you here?" Hearing this, everyone turned their gazes slightly and looked at Zian. The latter calmly took a sip of tea and slowly said, "This is the place where Little Star was born. I just wanted to take a look." Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder she was so excited along the way. It turned out that she was going to Yun Nuoxing's hometown. "Sister Zai, that place." Zian gently put down the teacup and looked at Zai again. "That place." Zai looked up in confusion. She thought for a moment and said softly, "Oh, you're talking about the place where Little Star was born." After saying that, without waiting for the others to understand what she meant, she directly walked out of the private room. Zian quickly got up and followed. When Zai and the others saw this, they could only pull themselves out of the sofa and follow the 2 closely. This was a golden desert. The whirlwind blew the golden sand to every inch of the air. The sand fluttered aimlessly in this golden world, as if it was a land cast in gold. It was quite dazzling. It was clearly late autumn, but it was so hot that it made people sweat profusely. Steam rose from the ground, as if there was a scorching star buried under the desert. Even the space was distorted by the heat. Staying in such a hot place for a long time was irritating. Zai gently landed on a sand dune, stirring up a small cloud of dust. She patted her robes that were stained with yellow sand and looked around for a while. Then she helplessly spread her hands at the people who caught up with her. "The desert has changed a lot. I can't tell where it is. I only remember that it's this desert." When everyone heard this, except for Zian, everyone was dumbfounded. Didn't they say that they were going to see the place where Yun Nuoxing was born? Why did they come to this godforsaken place? Rich spiritual energy. Qin Yan had just landed when her delicate body trembled slightly. Her quiet little face was filled with astonishment. There seems to be something under this desert. Under? When everyone heard this, they hurriedly released their soul power and rushed toward the golden sand below. As soon as their soul power came into contact with the desert, a spicy feeling came back from their souls. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Then they were a little confused. A normal desert shouldn't be so hot. It was as if they were standing on the surface of magma. Oh, there's a guest. Just as everyone was about to continue searching, a light laughter sounded from the front, causing everyone to be shocked. They did not sense anyone else's aura. She hurriedly lifted her gaze and looked straight ahead. She saw a golden figure standing 10 meters in front of her. When the golden figure appeared in her line of sight, Ziye's sharp senses detected some fluctuations in the energy of the desert. The young man's figure was tall. His golden robes and golden hair danced with the golden sand in the whirlwind. The skin that was exposed was as white as snow and was dyed a faint yellow by the golden light of the desert. His entire body was golden and seemed to merge with the desert. His delicate and handsome face was filled with determination and heroic spirit. His entire person was engraved in this place like a painting. The young man stood not far from the sand dune. His long hair was fluttering in the desert wind. He looked up slightly. His pair of eyes that were suffused with a faint golden energy contained a hint of a smile and a hint of sharpness. While everyone was stunned by the sudden appearance of the young man, he smiled calmly. It's still early. It's not time to visit the tomb of the gods yet. Chapter 456. The golden-clothed youth's clear voice reverberated across the small sand dune, causing everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. Seeing his appearance, Yao Hua and the rest took a step back in fright. That golden appearance made them think of an extremely dangerous fellow. It's not that person. Yuan, she shook his head. At first, he also thought that he had seen the golden-clothed youth who had caused a ruckus in the ghastly forest. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the youth's physique, facial contours, personality, and voice were all different. However, the sudden appearance of this person truly shocked him. Hearing this, Yao Hua and the rest also took a closer look at the youth. When they realized that there was indeed something different about him, they heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Just as everyone heaved a sigh of relief, Zai's expression darkened. She took a step forward without leaving a trace, shielding Ziyin, Yao Hua, and the rest behind her. A wave of energy silently gathered in her jade-like hands. Seeing her actions, she was also shocked. Her little face turned serious as she looked at the golden-clothed youth. A moment later, her two little hands swiftly danced in the air. Numerous seals streaked across the air, causing slight ripples to appear in the desert. Hey, girls should be more refined. Don't start a fight as soon as you see us. We don't have any ill intentions. Although the two ripples were extremely faint, they did not escape the golden-clothed youth's senses. Soon after, he hurriedly spoke in a somewhat embarrassed manner. We're just waiting here. If you're interested in the things below, why don't you come back 1,000 years later to take a look? At that time, you'll be able to see the miracles of this deathly silent land. The golden-clothed youth laughed dryly. Hearing this, Zai and she became even more vigilant. They protected Ziyin and the rest as they slowly retreated. Their faint purple eyes had never been so sharp before. Seeing that they were so wary, the golden-clothed youth placed his hands on his hips and sighed heavily in exasperation. He waved his hand and said, All right, we'll just disappear." With that, he was about to turn around, but his gaze strangely paused on Zai. The corners of his mouth curled into an indescribable smile as he muttered to himself, "It's still too early for you." These words were as soft as a mosquito's buzz. If one stood 10 meters away without releasing their spiritual force, one would not be able to hear it at all. However, this voice seemed to penetrate this small distance and rang out directly in Zai's mind. It was like a demon's voice echoed endlessly, causing her soul violently. In her mind's mind, a ball of light rapidly. After he finished speaking, the golden-haired youth turned around and instantly disappeared from where he stood. Everyone was baffled by his actions. Zai-ants. Zai, hers, Sister Zai? After catching her breath, Xian could not help but ask. Although they had not met many times, she had always heard Yun Nuashing mention Zai. She knew that Zai was also half an optimist. She had not seen Zai this nervous when she faced the shadow of the Taotai outside the Tana's water god temple. Zai took a light breath. The ball of light that was beating at a high frequency in her soul made her feel drowsy. She could not help but laugh bitterly. This little fool. Why are you waking up all of a sudden? Isn't it just because you saw that guy? What's the point of waking up now that he's gone? The guy I saw outside Boulder City. Zai muttered in her heart and could not help but sigh. At that time, she had only used Yun Nuashing's senses to look at the golden-clothed youth and did not feel anything strange about him. But now, she could feel an extremely terrifying energy from him. How terrifying was he to be able to make her feel oppressed? Zai shook her head to clear those thoughts. She patted Xian's head and muttered, as if to herself, "It's fine, he's just a strange person. Also, that little fool is about to wake up. I'll leave the rest to you. I have to return his body to him." Strange person? Yi, she muttered in her heart when she heard this. They were both gods, and she knew that Ziye's strength was comparable to an expert at the peak of the God-Emperor realm. Since Ziyi was able to make her treat him so seriously, then that golden young man was at least at the legendary rebirth realm. Feeling a faint look of disdain, Zai turned around with a bit of shame. As expected, she saw Yi's suspicious gaze. She laughed dryly in her heart and then cutely rolled her eyes at her. Seeing this, she also rolled her eyes. Only then did Zai nod. Just like that, the two women carried out a mysterious conversation in a way that was unknown to others a moment later. Zai took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Specks of purple light appeared on her body and quickly enveloped her entire body. The blinding purple light caused Xian and the others to close their eyes. Only when she felt that the light had weakened a lot did she manage to open her eyes. However, she saw a familiar black robe. That refreshing purple hair fluttered without any wind. His tightly shut eyes seemed to indicate that he had been sleeping for countless years. It made people worry that he would never be able to open his eyes again. But in the next second, that worry vanished like smoke into thin air. That pair of light purple eyes opened almost instantaneously and looked towards a certain direction in the desert. That was the place where the golden youth had disappeared. Boom! However, in the next moment, a terrifying storm exploded in front of them, flattening the sand dune, and everyone was blown to the side. By the time they reacted, Yun Nuashing was no longer in the same place. They only saw a beam of light disappearing into the distance in a hurry, causing everyone to be confused. They did not understand what was going on. After struggling out of the sand pile, Xian and the others hurriedly chased after Yun Nuashing. Yao Hua immediately used the light element. They could only use the light element to chase after Yun Nuashing. In front of everyone, Yun Nuashing chased for a long time, but she still couldn't sense any signs of life with her soul. She frowned and smacked her lips. She had no choice but to stop. Looking at the empty sky, Yun Nuashing suddenly felt somewhat tired. She had been chasing without stopping. There were clearly many things that were incomparably close to the truth, but she couldn't reach out her hand no matter how hard she tried. What do you know? What do you want me to do? Those who used to know him, or those who used to know him, were all hiding things from him. Everything could only be found out by himself. The feeling of constantly running didn't give her much of a sense of fulfillment. Instead, she gradually became tired from the chase. Don't come looking for me. We will meet when it's time. You will understand the truth you are chasing after one day. You only need to slowly walk down this path. In the void, a voice suddenly sounded in her mind. It carried a sense of shock, intimidating her soul and making her body tremble slightly. It was this voice that made her so excited that she woke up. Now it sounded again. I don't understand. Murmuring these 4 words repeatedly, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. When she saw him in Boulder City, she felt that everything had changed. It was a very strange feeling that came from the heart and couldn't be traced. Brother Nuo. Just as he was in a daze in the sky, Yi Shi's voice came from behind him. Turning his head, he saw that they were rushing over on light elements. He promptly put down those thoughts and hid the tiredness on his face. Putting on a smiling face, he looked at them and stopped in front of him. Little star, why did you suddenly rush out? Xian promptly rushed to his front and grabbed his wrist with her lily-white hand to feel his pulse. She actually thought that something had happened to him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm not injured. Yun Nuashing waved her hand with a bitter smile, then said, Well, I've troubled everyone. I just woke up and my light element was a bit out of control. It's nothing serious. Only a ghost would believe your words. Ziyan and Yi, she muttered via voice transmission when they heard this. Are you two going to live in my stomach? Yun Nuashing's eyebrows twitched unconsciously as he helplessly replied, I'll tell you later, but it's really not a big deal. It's not important. Looking at this familiar yet strange desert, Yun Nuashing knew that he had once again returned to this place, the place where his journey began. After coming out of the Eternal Night Forest, we were teleported to a place not far from Star Spirit City. I was a bit curious, so I came here to take a look. Seeing his somewhat melancholic expression, Xian explained, It was Sister Zai who brought us to this desert. Yun Nuashing's face drooped down. Zai, who was one with him, naturally knew everything about his past. He just didn't know why she brought Xian and the others here. Nodding, he didn't reveal too much emotion. He didn't know about his past, but this was the starting point of his memories, this golden land under their feet. There weren't many people who knew about his past. Apart from the few closest to him, the others probably didn't know about it. It's rare for me to come back. Let's go to the place where I lived and take a look. I wonder if Uncle Chin and the others came back. Let's go home. Yun Nuashing smiled, then slowly flew in a certain direction, waving his hand at the people behind him who didn't know what was going on. Seeing this, the others could only follow. Yun Nuashing saw that no one was looking into it, so he secretly let out a sigh of relief. It was better if fewer people knew about his matters. In the western region of Star Spirit City, Yun Nuashing and the others landed in a less crowded area of the city. They walked out of an alley and waited for Yun Nuashing to lead the way. In the end, this guy seemed to have forgotten where they were now. Awkwardly, he led the group to wander around the streets and asked for directions. After walking around 7 or 8 streets, the people they met on the streets all made way for them. This made Yun Nuashing a little confused. When he turned around, he was speechless. This group of people, just by looking at their clothes, could tell that they weren't ordinary people. Their temperament and appearance were outstanding. It would be a problem if they didn't attract attention. However, to the residents of Star Spirit City, they were a little worried when they saw such a group of experts with extraordinary temperaments coming here. It was only a small city on the outskirts of the Taiyuan region. How could such people come here on a normal day? If it weren't for the fact that Yun Nuashing and the others were just a group of young lads who passed by quietly, someone would have already informed the guards of Star Spirit City. After going around in circles and going through many twists and turns, they finally found the original location of the Qin family. By the time Yun Nuashing and the others found it, the sun was already setting. The orange-red light shone on everyone, causing them to yawn continuously. Even the excited Yun Nuashing couldn't help but yawn uncontrollably. Yun Nuashing stood in front of the somewhat old house that had not been cleaned for a long time. She raised her head and looked at the tallest building. From the corner of her eyes, she caught a glimpse of the small mountain. Recalling every detail of the 2 years she had spent here, her tired eyes couldn't help but be filled with nostalgia. It's been more than 10 years. As I wandered around, time quietly passed. The things that I was reluctant to part with have now dried up with the passing of time. Yun Nuashing was a little emotional. She didn't expect that the Qin family's old house, which hadn't been set foot in for almost 20 years, hadn't been destroyed yet. Chapter 457. The old mansion was filled with the choking smell of rotting wood. The stone tables and chairs placed in the courtyard were covered with dust. The small lake that was originally used for ornamental purposes had turned into a pool of clear water. Withered flowers, fallen leaves, and weeds had grown up to their waists. Pushing open the dusty hall, fragments of the setting sun shone through the window and shone on the dust particles floating in the air. With every step, a shallow footprint would be left behind. The neatly placed armchair shattered into pieces with a light touch. Dense cracks appeared on the walls at the corner of the room. Even the small creatures had disappeared without a trace. It was as if no one had visited this place for thousands of years. Nuashing, have you really not been back for more than 10 years? Why do I feel like this place has been ravaged by the passage of time? After tiptoeing behind Yun Nuashing and coming out of the hall, Yuan, she finally couldn't help but ask. Yun Nuashing was silent for a while. Looking at the somewhat dilapidated courtyard, he also said suspiciously, I should have been away for more than 10 years, probably between 15 to 20 years. As for why it's so dilapidated, I don't know. This was the Qin family, the place where Qin Hui took him in and treated him as a family member. It was the first time in his memory that he felt a sense of belonging to a place where he could remember. If anyone were to talk about the Qin family becoming like this, it would be him who felt the most heartache. After passing through a few small courtyards, they arrived at the small house that they used to live in. Gently pushing open the door, he saw the vaguely familiar setting, and his eyes became slightly hot. Right now, he was no different from a child who hadn't been home for many years. Seeing that the small room that used to belong to him was still the same, but in such a dilapidated state, he felt a little sad in his heart. Seeing his dejected look, everyone didn't know what to say. Watching him walk into the room, it wasn't appropriate for them to follow. Only Xian and Yi she followed behind him quietly, like two little tails. Yun Nuashing pushed open the window. In his memory, little Qin Yu would always jump in from the outside when he opened the window. Even if he opened the door, she would jump in through the window. At that time, he was helpless and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although he still hoped to see a little girl jumping onto his table when he opened the window, it was impossible. More than 10 years had passed, and little Qin Yu should have grown up. She should be a beautiful girl, about the same age as Mingming. Their ages were about the same, and they should be able to be good friends. The runaway letter he left on the desk was gone. Although there were only 5 words and a badly drawn portrait, it was probably kept by Qin Hui or little Qin Yu. Little Qin Yu's room next door didn't change much either. It was the same as when he left. After he came back, it was the same as before. It could be said that this was normal, except that it was much more dilapidated. Uncle Qin and the others didn't come back. When the moonlight inadvertently shone on the ground, an ice-blue disk hung in the sky. Yuan Shi and the others sat in the tidy small courtyard. Qin Yan seemed to have conjured a tea set from somewhere. Although the tea fragrance was dense, Yun Nuashing was slightly disappointed. The house is empty. There's nothing left. Yao Hua took a sip of tea and let out a long sigh. This doesn't seem like something the Zhu family would do. It's more like they moved and didn't want this piece of land. It shouldn't be. If they really abandoned this piece of land, why hasn't the Qin family's plaque been taken down? I haven't heard any news of this place being sold. Although the place is dilapidated, there are no traces of disorder, so it can't be done by thieves. Yuan, she shook his head. Although they moved, this is the place where Little Star used to live. Maybe they left this place for him? To give him something to remember or something. Wood Spirit said, that seems to be a possibility. Yuanshi thought for a while and nodded. That was indeed a possibility, but this place was too dilapidated. He still felt that more than 100 years had passed here. Qin Yan, who had been drinking tea quietly, suddenly felt that a certain voice was missing. She raised her head in confusion and looked around. Where's young Master Yin? Little Star said he wanted to go to other places in the Qin family to take a look. Xian and Yi Shi went with him. He's more familiar with this place than we are. We can't help much even if we go. Let's just wait for them here, Yuan, she said. Everyone thought about it and agreed. This place was quite big, and it was someone else's home. It felt a little inappropriate for them to walk around casually. Qin Yan saw that no one was moving, so she couldn't move on her own. She quietly moved her hand away from the stone table, revealing a mark covered by her small hand. That was the Qin family's emblem. When she saw the emblem, a strange color flashed across Mei Mao's eyes. She raised her head and opened her mouth a few times, wanting to say something. However, she didn't know what to say for a moment when she heard everyone's idle chatter. She could only sigh softly and press the emblem down with her fair, slender hand. Yuan, she noticed her awkward look when she wanted to say something, but stopped. Those little movements didn't escape his eyes. He didn't want to say anything at first, but after hesitating for a while, he couldn't help but transmit his voice. What's wrong? You seem to have something to say. Qin Yan, who was already a little uneasy, was suddenly transmitted by someone. It scared her so much that she almost threw her teacup away. After calming herself down, Mei Mao turned around and saw Yuan Shi looking at her. She was also a little surprised. I saw something that I forgot where I saw it before. I'm a little concerned. Yuan Shi nodded and didn't delve into it. Although their strength wasn't strong enough to be on par with experts at the level of gods. Because of the influence they were in, the things they came into contact with wouldn't be simple. Especially those things that they caught a glimpse of and didn't pay much attention to. In the depths of the Qin clan, Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked at the pavilion. This was the place where the Qin clan stored their profound skills, secret skills, and profound skills. The things inside were the foundation that maintained the Qin clan status. It could be said that every influence treated the place where these profound skills were stored as a forbidden area. Of course, the Qin clan was no exception. He had only entered it a few times. One of those times, Qin Hui had given him the Encyclopedia of Plants in the Divine Realm. That strange and evil book would occasionally turn into a book that recorded other contents. However, the last time this book changed was when he was in Yuan City. Since then, this book had completely turned into an encyclopedia of plants. There weren't any other strange changes. No matter how he played with this book, it was useless. At that time, when he opened the door that was weaved with a magic array in the Eternal Night Forest, it was also because of the magic array with demonic power that he had seen in this book. Originally, I thought that if Uncle Qin came back, I would ask him about this book. I didn't expect to not only not see Uncle Qin, but also see the ruins of the Qin clan. Yun Nuashing muttered in his heart. He sighed. After searching the entire Qin clan, he didn't go to this place. However, he reckoned that he wouldn't find anything useful. He just wanted to verify if the Qin clan was really empty. Jie. He pushed open the door of the pavilion with both hands. A muffled sound came from the place where the heavy wooden door was connected. The dust on the door trembled and fell down, directly landing on Yun Nuashing's face, causing him to sneeze loudly. A dusty aura came from the pavilion, forming a small whirlwind that blew his windbreaker loudly. It was as if a prehistoric giant beast was creeping in the pavilion and spitting out a gloomy and cold aura, causing Yun Nuashing and the other two to feel a little nervous. He turned around and nodded at Xian and Yi Shi. The two of them also nodded and followed Yun Nuashing into the pavilion. In the dark space, a dim starlight suddenly tore through the darkness. The shaky starlight looked as if it would be annihilated at any time. After a moment, it suddenly spread out and slowly illuminated the entire dark space. What appeared in their line of sight was rows of crisscrossing bookcases. In the center of the pavilion was an empty space. When they looked up, they could directly see the appearance of the upper floors. The bookcases that were once filled with countless mysterious techniques and secret skills were now stained with a thin layer of gray. The empty bookcases were just like the empty Qin clan. It's really cleaned up quite well. When he left, it should have been tidied up in an orderly manner. Nothing was left behind, Yishi said as she looked left and right with her small eyes. After thinking for a while, she suddenly teased, "It's as if Big Brother Nua left and they started to move." Did Big Brother Nua do anything bad to them? Of course not. Yun Nuashing's face turned red. She coughed dryly and said, "Don't talk nonsense." The old uncle next door also said that he didn't see Uncle Qin come back. Then he should have really moved back to the Zhu clan. The timing is just a coincidence. A coincidence. Big Brother Nua must have done something bad, Yishi teased. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. She took one last look at the pavilion and walked out, closing the heavy wooden door behind her. After that, she went to the small back mountain that overlooked the entire western part of Xingling City. She stood at the highest point in the western part of Xingling City and looked at the city that she had lived in for 2 years. The dim yellow lights spread to every corner of the city, forming a picture of fire. The lights gathered together and illuminated the night sky, causing Yun Nuashing to be a little dazed. Should I go to the academy and ask? Looking at the grand and uniform buildings, Yun Nuashing remembered that when she was still living here, she saw Uncle Qin Hui interacting with people from the academy. Perhaps the Qin clan and the academy had some kind of relationship. Maybe they knew where Qin Hui and the others were. She sat down on the edge of the cliff with her legs dangling in the air. Yun Nuashing patted the spot beside her and smiled at Zian and Yishi. Only then did the two come back to their senses and sit down beside her. However, Yishi consciously sat between Yun Nuashing's thighs. Her 2 small hands were still tugging on his long hair, causing him to feel very helpless. He reached out and scratched Yishi's small head. Zian, who was sitting right next to him, couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the 2 of them fooling around. The night sky became much brighter. At first glance, Little Star and Big Sister Yishi really do look like siblings. Hearing Zian's teasing, Yun Nuashing and Yishi were both stunned. Their eyes met for a moment, and they stopped with slightly red cheeks. "This is my secret base. At that time, I would come here whenever I had nothing to do. I would sit here from morning to night and watch the 2 suns slowly fall to the west, slowly turning into big fireballs and sinking. Then I would watch the moon climb up from the horizon," Yun Nuashing said with some nostalgia. At that time, she wasn't so obsessed with finding her memories and origins as she was now. She was like a carefree child who didn't do or think about anything at the end of the day. Yishi raised her head and saw Yun Nuashing's reminiscing expression. She thought for a moment and said jokingly, "I can tell that Big Brother Nuashing has always been lazy and didn't cultivate." Yun Nuashing and Zian, "Well, it seems that the carefree time of reminiscing has come to an end." Suddenly, Yun Nuashing's expression changed slightly. Her tone changed, and the Netherworld ruins sword appeared in her hand. She said briskly, "Then this unknown gentleman who just landed, can I invite you to come out from behind the forest and talk slowly?" "There's someone here?" Zian was startled by this and quickly stood up. The long sword with the dragon's roar appeared in her hand with a clang. Mei Mao, who had always been very gentle, suddenly became fierce. Even Yishi jumped up and raised a formation towards the forest. The 3 enormous energies caused the energy here to become a lot more chaotic. Rustle, rustle. Just as she finished speaking, there was a rustling sound in the forest. Then a figure slowly descended from the tree, causing Yun Nuashing to be a little surprised. She thought that this guy would immediately run away after being discovered. She didn't expect him to actually show himself. It's been more than 10 years in the blink of an eye. Young man, I didn't expect you to come back. Chapter 458. The figure slowly walked out from behind the tree and walked under the moonlight. The azure moonlight illuminated his old figure. His gray beard fell to his chest, and he wore a long green robe. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. There was a warm smile on his fair face, and he looked like an immortal. You don't have to be so cautious. I can't do anything in front of you. The green-robed elder looked at Yun Nuashing with a smile. He seemed to be worried that Yun Nuashing and the others would do something to him. You are. Yun Nuashing looked at the green-robed elder with a strange expression. He was puzzled. The elder's strength was only around that of a divine emperor, and he gave off a familiar feeling. He must have seen him somewhere before. To be more precise, he must have seen this elder during the 2 years he lived in Xingling City. However, he could not remember where. I have some ties with Qin Hui. We met on the day you moved into the Qin family. However, you were not very awake at that time and only saw me in a daze, the green-robed elder said with a smile. Yun Nuashing finally remembered something when he was reminded. Oh, you are the doctor who treated me. The green-robed old man smiled and nodded when he heard this. He said, the little fellow who was carried into the Qin clan back then with all the meridians in his body broken, has already become a little expert who can hold his own after a dozen years. If old Qin were to know about this, he would likely be very pleased. Yun Nuashing's eyes darkened when he heard the elder mention Uncle Qin. However, he quickly hid it and asked urgently, Uncle, where is Uncle Qin now? Also, what happened to the Qin family? Why is it so dilapidated? It's a long story. However, I don't know where old Qin went. I only know that he left. Half a month after you left the Qin family, a group of powerful people visited the Qin family. In less than a day, the Qin family was empty. Before old Qin left, he told me to preserve the old site of the Qin family and that you would definitely come back, the green-robed elder said slowly as he stroked his beard. Yun Nuashing shrunk her head back awkwardly. He had indeed returned, but it had been more than 10 years. In the beginning, I was worried that you would run into some danger by recklessly rushing out. However, it seems that old Qin's eyes are sharper. From the very beginning, he felt that you were not a simple person. With your meridians broken and your energy depleted, you were still able to walk 20 li in the desert. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Those friends of yours are not simple either. We were almost discovered as soon as we got close. The old man smiled as he stroked his beard. Yun Nuashing stuck out her tongue. Whether it was Yao Hua, Yuan Shi, or Qin Yan, they were all descendants of ancient great forces. How could they be simple? However, he was very surprised that he could sense the existence of a divine emperor. If he didn't have the 5 elements and the purple night flame, he wouldn't have been able to sense the existence of the old man. Those are the friends I made in the divine prefecture. We came to the Taiyuan domain for a stroll and happened to pass by the northwest area, so we came back to take a look, Yun Nuashing said softly. People from the divine prefecture? Hearing this, the old man raised his eyebrows. He seemed to be very surprised, but then he calmed down immediately. I see. It turns out that they are from the divine prefecture. No wonder. For people like us who have lived in the Taiyuan domain all our lives, the divine prefecture is a place that we yearn for very much. However, we have never even set foot in the northwest area. We don't know when we will have the opportunity to go there. Seeing the old man's fascinated expression, Yun Nuashing didn't know what to say. She couldn't say that they would go back to the divine prefecture in a few days. Would you like to go there too? She still remembered that Uncle Qin had said that the old man was a man with a family. Because he had too many concerns, he didn't have the opportunity or the courage to go to the divine prefecture. Although the life of a god was long, the old man had already lived half of it. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to go to the divine prefecture in this life. Uncle, can you tell me the long story you mentioned? Yun Nuashing waved her hand and asked again. Okay. The green-robed old man nodded while sitting. He stroked his beard, but he was silent. He seemed to be organizing his words. After a while, he said, Let's make a long story short. The Qin family didn't become like this normally. It was about 3 years ago. That night, a red light suddenly rushed into the sky from the Qin family and formed a red light pillar. The light pillar that reached the sky turned the entire western part of Xingling City red. Originally, we thought that there were powerful people fighting, but we didn't feel any energy. Xingling City didn't suffer any losses. However, the Qin family, which was emitted by the light source, became what you see now. It looks like a few hundred years have passed, right? According to the speculation of some magic matrix masters, the Qin family originally set up a magic matrix that was related to the power of time. It had always been shelved, but it suddenly went out of control 3 years ago. This is the result of that magic matrix going out of control. Now that I think about it, it's fortunate that old Qin left early. Otherwise, the entire Qin family would be threatened. The green-robed old man said in a deep voice. The power of time? Yun Nuashing's expression was somewhat strange. The power of time was the symbol of a god. Not to mention that they had encountered it recently, the Qin family was only a small family. When he left, Qin Hui was only a mortal realm cultivator. How could he have set up a magic matrix that was related to the power of time? There are indeed traces of time acceleration, but that old man wasn't right. The hall in the center was indeed only accelerated by a few hundred years. However, in some places, especially the edges, I feel that time has been accelerated by tens of millions of years. Moreover, that's the overflow energy that was emitted when the magic matrix collapsed. It's not the correct state. Yes, in different words, scared Yun Nuashing half to death. Accelerated time by tens of millions of years? If it was a weak cultivator, he would probably be turned into a fossil immediately. Since then, the Qin family has always been like this. No one dared to touch this place. They were all afraid that the incident that night would happen again. It saved me a lot of trouble. The old man sighed. However, I don't know how to explain to old Qin that the Qin family's old residence has become like this. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. Xingling City is located in the northwest of the Taiyuan domain. It's also a very remote city. It's also very far from the neighboring cities. Although this matter is strange, it hasn't been spread. The only people who know about this are probably the people of Xingling City, the old man said. Yun Nuashing sighed and opened his mouth. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his depressed mood was slightly lifted. He hurriedly said, Before Uncle Qin left, he left a letter for me. He said that he went back to the Zhu family. Uncle, do you know where Uncle Qin went? Back to the Zhu family? Hearing this, the old man's hand that was stroking his beard trembled slightly. An imperceptible surprise flashed across his face. Yun Nuashing happened to not see it, so he heard him say, If it's the Zhu family, I'm not too sure. However, if you go to the Divine Prefecture, you should have some clues. The Divine Prefecture! Hearing this, Yun Nuashing's expression was a little strange. He once heard Qin Hui say that the Qin family wasn't originally from Xingling City. They moved here from a very, very far place. Could that place be the Divine Prefecture? After chatting with the old man for a while, the old man said goodbye. Before he left, he pointed to the academy in Xingling City and said that if there was anything, he could go there and find him. Watching the old man turn and rush into the night, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and patted his face with both hands. Then he let out a long breath. He always felt that many things were related to the Divine Prefecture. This was his vague feeling. It wasn't the Divine Prefecture among the 4 large regions, but the small Divine Prefecture at the center. Looking sideways at Yun Nuashing, Yi Shi's small hand held his palm through his sleeve and asked softly, Brother Nuashing, what do you plan to do? Right now, it's not a good idea to stay in Taiyuan territory all the time. Look for the Divine Flame and Devil Thunder on the map and go all the way to Xingming City. Then, Yun Nuashing said softly. Suddenly, he turned his gaze and smiled at Zian. Out of habit, he patted her head and said, "Little girl, let's go home and take a look." Zian, who had been absent-minded, suddenly heard this sentence, and her delicate body trembled. Mei Mao stared at Yun Nuashing with several kinds of emotions. For a moment, she forgot to speak. Although she always wanted to go home and take a look, the leader of this group was Yun Nuashing. Moreover, she was the one who stubbornly insisted on following them. Therefore, although she wanted to go home, she never told Yun Nuashing. After a long time, she even forgot about the idea of going home. If he hadn't mentioned it now, perhaps she would have forgotten that she missed her home in Xingyu City so much and missed her family, brother, sister. Father, are you all well? Xian, I misses you so much. Zian muttered in her heart as she clenched her jade-like hands in front of her chest. After a long time, she opened her eyes and looked at Yun Nuashing. She smiled sweetly and said, "En, let's go home." Yun Nuashing was infatuated by her smile, which was more brilliant than 100 flowers blooming. She blushed and turned her gaze away. She looked at the night sky and said with a smile, "Then it's decided. We'll set off from Xingling City to Xingming City, and finally to Xingyu City. We'll look for the Divine Flame or something along the way." As she spoke, she was stunned. Yun Nuashing looked at the courtyard at the foot of the mountain in astonishment. She hurriedly pulled Zian and Yun Nuashing towards the Qin residence. They had chatted for too long at the back of the mountain. It was so long that they seemed to have forgotten something. The silent air was filled with a terrifying aura. A dozen people sat quietly in the small courtyard, not saying a word to each other. Moreover, it could be seen that their brows were deeply furrowed, but their faces were calm. Seeing the murderous look on everyone's faces, Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. She walked out without informing them and left for 4 to 6 hours. So slow! Are you done being intimate? Are you looking for a small forest? At least let us know so that we can find a restaurant to stay in. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that you were dead inside. You are such a failure as a leader. Don't you know that you'll catch a cold if you lie down and sleep in such cold weather? As soon as she landed in the courtyard with Zian and Yun Nuashing, she saw everyone stand up with a bang. Their continuous questioning made Yun Nuashing feel miserable. What made her even more tearful was that Zian and she silently walked to the side. She smiled bitterly and settled everyone down. She briefly explained what had just happened. Only then did everyone show signs of calming down. There are at least 1 million families with the surname Qin in the Divine Prefecture. Looking for someone like this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Jining couldn't help but say when she heard what he said. Speaking of the Qin family, Yao Hua had an idea and quickly turned his gaze to Qin Yan. Hearing this, everyone also turned their gazes, making Qin Yan feel very embarrassed. I've never heard of such a branch wandering in a foreign land. Qin Yan quickly waved her delicate hand and said lightly, "I don't care much about the family's affairs. The elders all ask me to cultivate. I'm a little ignorant of the outside world. But it seems that a few years ago, a group of people came back from the Qin family. Father told me that they were outside to gain experience. I didn't know much about it. A few years ago," Yun Nuashing frowned slightly. However, he didn't think that Uncle Qin and the others returned to their ancestral home to the Qin family in the Divine Prefecture. These two places were in the south and the north. They had nothing to do with each other. Well, about 7-10 years ago. No, 10 years ago was when I heard the news. It should be 12 years ago. Qin Yan sighed softly and said, "Moreover, it was said that a certain grand elder went to pick them up personally. According to the time I left, let's say it was 15 years. 12 years ago, with the speed of an emperor god, even if he brought a large group of people across the origin region. No, leaving the surroundings of Xingling City. There are teleportation portals in cities further away. 1 year is enough to travel from here to Xingming City. Even if it's a little exaggerated, 2 years is a total of 14 years. The time doesn't quite match up, but it might be. Yun Nuoxing calculated for a while and shook his head. He didn't know how long he left, but he was sure that it was more than 15 years. I didn't see any branch outside the Qin family in the genealogy. Moreover, the ones who were picked up were from the direct line of descent. Qin Yan said again. Well, I'm just casually mentioning it. Don't take it to heart. Yao Hua smiled and shrugged. There's no hurry. We'll meet when it's time. Since we have a target, and I'm going to that place, there's no need to worry about not being able to find them. Yun Nuoxing nodded. After chatting for a while, Yun Nuoxing asked everyone to pack up. Then they found a good-looking restaurant in Xingling City and rested there. Anyway, to them it was fine as long as there was a place where they could sit cross-legged and cultivate peacefully. The night passed very quickly. They didn't pay too much attention to it. They were still drifting outside. After settling Yao Hua and the others, Yun Nuoxing returned to his room. He opened the door and saw Ziyin and Yuan Shi sitting in the hall looking at him calmly. Yun Nuoxing smiled and took out the treasure map. He spread it on the table and said with a smile, Now let's take a look the route to Xingming City to find the divine flame. Chapter 459. Scanning the room, Yuan Shi and Ziyin's eyes narrowed slightly. Immediately, the two of them joined forces and completely sealed the room. In this unfamiliar place, they were still very vigilant. Who knew if there was a super god hidden in this remote area? Yun Nuoxing's treasure map, which recorded the locations of almost all the divine flames and devil thunder, was very eye-catching. Seeing the reaction of the two of them, Yun Nuoxing smiled. He casually took out the Linghong sword and hung it on the ceiling of the hall. Then he slowly spread out the treasure map until it was flat. As the treasure map was spread out, rays of illusory light suddenly surged out. They drew an arc about a foot above the map and finally landed on the other side of the map. If one looked carefully, one could see that there were 2 flame icons, 2 lightning icons, and even 1 flame and 1 lightning icon connected together. At first, these lines were only connected on the treasure map. However, after they returned from the endless sea abyss, they became 3-dimensional. Without the dense lines, it was easier to read the map. After finding the location of the flashing red that in the northwest of the Taiyuan region, they scanned the map inch by inch in the direction of the divine prefecture. When they just started looking, a purple flame emerged from Yun Nuoxing's body. Finally, it condensed into a graceful figure in front of them. After a while, the flame dissipated and Zai lazily yawned. Well, we still need the help of professionals to find the divine flames. Yun Nuoxing smiled. He didn't expect Zai to come out by herself. He thought she was sleeping soundly with her head covered, so he didn't wake her up. However, when he looked up, his face twitched a few times. Only then did he notice that she was still hugging a pillow. Her clothes were slightly messy, and she looked like she had just woken up. If you're sleeping, then sleep properly. What do you want to do by jumping out? Yun Nuoxing was a little speechless. Zi yawned and looked directly at the treasure map. He said casually, Finding the divine flame is such a big matter. How can I not come out? As she spoke, Meimao paused. She looked at Yun Nuoxing with a smile and joked. What if someone who hasn't even seen all the flames on the divine flame list accidentally runs into the territory of one of the top 20 flames? Even the gods won't be able to save you. They were all stunned and scratched their heads awkwardly. None of them were familiar with the divine flame, so they really needed Ziyi's help. Then I'll leave it to you. Yun Nuoxing smiled. Ziyi nodded casually. Apart from raising her head to reply, she had been staring at the treasure map the entire time. Seeing how focused she was, Yun Nuoxing and the others quickly leaned over to take a look. But then again, there are really very few divine flames in this Taiyuan region. There are only a few scattered here and there, and they're all very far away from each other. Yuan, she glanced over the Taiyuan region roughly and sighed. But their rankings won't be very low. Ziyi nodded. Her slender finger pointed at a light gray flame with a hint of blue, and she said, "Ranked 47th. Spiritual flame." After saying this, she moved her finger to another brown flame icon. "I forgot which rank is the mountain spirit and earth fire. Take a look at what's recorded in that book." "I can't remember," Z urged as he nudged Yun Nuashing. "Book?" Yun Nuashing was stunned for a while. "What book?" After a long time, she finally uttered an "oh," and took out the book that recorded the divine flame list that she had picked up in the Tower of Rain Country. As for the first 20 pages, they were all blank, so she directly flipped to the back. At first, she thought that she would have to flip for a long time before she would see the one that Z had mentioned, but she didn't think that she would see it so soon. Ranked 30th on the divine flame list. Mountain spirit and earth fire, a mystical flame that contains the element of earth. It is hidden under the mountains and is nourished by the endless element of earth and the element of fire from the underground magma. The two elements have gone through millions of years of condensation and countless failures, and only then is a flame that contains the elements of fire and earth born out of an infinitesimally small possibility. It can stimulate the underground magma and borrow the power of the mountains. Because this was the language of the gods, only Yun Nuashing could read it out slowly. Nightmare, who had been listening from the beginning, finally couldn't hold back anymore. He hurriedly pulled Yuan Shi over and whispered, "Hey, how do you know that's a divine flame? Could it be that the flame icon is the location of the divine flame? We've been talking for so long, and you only found out now." Yuan, she also looked at him with an expression of shock. Then, the two of them looked at each other speechlessly. Seeing his shocked expression, Yuan, she had no choice but to explain the function of the treasure map to him. "There's also this, eh?" Her finger moved to a certain place in the north, and Zai habitually said the beginning. When she saw it clearly, she let out a soft cry of surprise. "This divine flame flickering with the color of stars is quite suitable for you. But this flame should exist in the starry sky, right? What's its name? Does it have any special effects?" Yuan, she hurriedly asked. "Its name is the illusory flame, ranked 25th on the divine flame list, is born in the depths of the star field. When one or even several stars explode, the energy that erupts will compress the power of the stars into a single point. With the help of the energy of hundreds of billions of stars, the boundless power of the stars will be compressed to the limit. Then it will fuse with the special fire element in the stars to form a small, illusory flame in the dark star field. After it forms, it will act as a companion star and move with the star closest to it, devouring its energy. When it has completely devoured the energy of a star, it will wander to other parts of the star field and continuously devour the power of the stars to strengthen itself. It exists in the star field, illusory, and because it needs to grow with the stars, it is also called the illusory flame or the star-devouring flame." Yun Nuashing slowly finished reading this paragraph, and then she was stunned. "It's ranked 25th. That's already quite close to the front. Can I subdue it?" Yun Nuashing looked at Ziyi, who was sitting quietly on the sofa with some shame. The divine flame, ranked 25th, its energy was probably at the same level as hers. It might even be at the level of the gods. He was just a small immortal level, and there was a huge gap between him and the gods. The gap between him and the gods was even more indescribable. There was no way to make up for this gap. Even with the help of Xian Yin and Ziyi, it was impossible to subdue it. Even Yuan Shi and Nightmare were very shocked. The divine flame, ranked 25th, was already a kind of divine object. They didn't expect it to be in such a remote area like the Taiyuan territory. But thinking about it carefully, perhaps it was because it was in such a remote area that it could survive. If it was in a place with many people, it would have been discovered long ago and subdued. Although they were a little happy to hear this news, when they calmed down and thought about it, it was just as Yun Nuashing said. Could such a top-ranked divine flame really be subdued? It's not as exaggerated as you think. After a long while, Ziyi finally chuckled and broke the tense atmosphere. She slowly stretched out her long legs and stood up. Only then did she say, "But you're not wrong. This void fire's energy level is indeed above mine, but it's not at the level of a god. It's only twice as strong as me, right?" Yun Nuashing and the others were speechless when they heard this. Twice as strong as the god emperor. What kind of level was that? Don't look like that. It's only twice as strong. It doesn't mean that it's impossible to subdue it. Xian Yin gave you so many things to use when you subdue the divine flame and devil lightning. I won't let you do something that will throw your life away. Ziyi smiled, but being ranked 25th, I think it's still too risky. She shook her head. She had personally experienced the power of the purple night dark flame, so she knew better than Yun Nuashing and the others about this double. Therefore, she didn't approve of Yun Nuashing taking this risk. Yun Nuashing looked at Yi Shi's concerned and worried eyes and was a little hesitant. It was because he trusted the people around him that he couldn't make up his mind for the time being. Yi didn't rush Yun Nuashing when she saw him frown. Admittedly, this wasn't something that would throw Yun Nuashing's life away. However, there was definitely a risk involved, and it wasn't a small one. Furthermore, if he really subdued the void flames, Yun Nuashing's strength might not improve by leaps and bounds. At most, he would cross the threshold and seal a portion of the energy in his body. This was because that energy was too vast, and it was difficult for him to completely refine it with his current strength. Even the sealed energy she left behind wasn't completely refined yet. There were even other sealed energies that had been added into his body. She sat back down on the sofa and swept her jade-like fingers across the map of the Source Peak region with Mei Mao. As she scanned, she suddenly paused and her pupils shrank. It was as if she had seen something that shocked her to the core. Bang! She slammed her jade-like hands on the table, and her delicate body bounced up. The loud sound startled Yun Nuashing and Ziyin, who were deep in thought. They didn't understand what had happened to her. "Ziyi," Yun Nuashing hurriedly asked when she saw her frightened expression. Shortly after, she nervously followed her line of sight. After searching for a while, she stopped an area in the northeast of the Source Peak region, near the border. It was a barren area, and there were no traces of humans in the surroundings. However, there was an enchanting crimson flame imprint there. It was so bright that it seemed to be directly in front of it, crimson divine flame. Yun Nuashing silently muttered. Then she quickly flipped open the book that recorded the ranks of the divine flames from the 21st to the 150th. The sound of pages flipping quickly swept past her ears. However, what surprised her was that she still hadn't seen the divine flame that matched her appearance, even when she was almost at the end of the book. There's no need to look for it. You won't find it in that book. Ziyi sighed. She finally calmed down and sat back down on the sofa. However, her expression was still a little uncertain, as if she was thinking about something. She also stared thoughtfully at the crimson flame imprint. A few scenes flashed through her mind before she finally stopped at one of them. A demonic blood-red lotus bloomed in the sky. That fiery color made her feel a little intoxicated. Could it be? She had a guess in her heart. When she raised her head again, she saw Ziyi sigh heavily. Then he pointed at the crimson flame imprint and said, "If it's possible, of course I hope that you can subdue it. However, it's not possible now. Little Star's current strength isn't enough. It's impossible to subdue it, even if you try everything you can. Even if you want to go, I will do my best to stop you." Yun Nuashing slammed the book shut and asked carefully, "So what's this?" Ranked 11th on the Divine Flame list. Karmic Fire of the Red Lotus. This heavy voice was like a frozen bomb, freezing the entire room in an instant. The shock and disbelief on the faces of Yun Nuashing and the others could still be seen. After a long while, Yi coughed dryly and the frozen atmosphere began to thaw. She had already guessed the answer. She had seen the karmic fire of the Red Lotus before. To be precise, it was a fake karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Of course, she had only guessed it because she recognized the unique, burning aura of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Now that she heard Zi say that the real karmic fire of the Red Lotus was in the northeast of Taiyuan region, she honestly found it hard to believe. Ranked 11th. After the initial shock, Yun Nuoxing finally calmed down. Then, she said something that made everyone not know whether to laugh or cry. That's bullshit. I'm still racking my brains trying to figure out why I should forget about the 11th. That's impossible, that's impossible. There's absolutely no such thing. Z and the others almost couldn't hold back their laughter when they saw her serious and resolute expression. We can give the Een Spirit Fire, Mountain Spirit Fire, and Void Fire a try. Among these 3 divine flames, the one closest to us is the Een Spirit Fire, which is ranked 47th. It is located in the southern part of the Source Peak region. Let's head there first. It would be great if we can successfully subdue it. As for the others, let's put them aside for now. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but sigh at the end of his sentence. The previous 2 divine flames had been taken by others, which made him a little scared. If he saw another divine flame being taken by someone else again, he would probably go crazy. I don't believe that I'll be rebuffed again and again when I look for the divine flames. Chapter 460. The next morning, in the courtyard of the Qin clan in Xingling City, more than 10 figures flashed over. Looking at the Qin clan's courtyard that looked brand new, they all heaved a long sigh of relief. After bolting the door of the Qin clan, Yun Nuoxing clapped his hands and said, "That's it." Looking at Yun Nuoxing, slowly walking over, Yuan, she let out a light sigh. He patted the dust off his body and the grass on his hair before saying softly, "Nuoxing, we're about to leave. Why do you suddenly want to clean up the Qin clan?" "Oh." Yun Nuoxing stared at the largest building. After taking a deep breath, he tilted his head and smiled at him. "Don't we always clean up the house after returning home?" "Well, although we're about to leave, if Uncle Qin comes back, this will be a sign. Help me tell him I'm back. This is a sign that I've been back. Furthermore, I don't know when I'll be back again." Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. He was a wanderer in a foreign land, wandering in this vast world. When he looked back, thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, the tide of time had destroyed all his longing for the past. "I'll just treat it as a memento for myself." He turned his head and smiled at the crowd, but it caused them to fall silent. Most of them were born in great forces, and that place was their home. However, even their former home in the Yun Nuo planet was empty. Where was the place that belonged to him? Of course, before leaving, we have to go to a place. That's also the place where I used to live. Well, although it was only for a few short months. Yun Nuoxing smiled. The place he was talking about was naturally the east of Xingling City, Yuyin's home. Using the light element to the extreme, it didn't take long for them to fly from the westernmost part of Xingling City to the easternmost part. Looking at the towering ancient tree that suddenly appeared in their line of sight, everyone couldn't help but sigh softly. This tree has a history of 1,000,000 years. Mu Ling couldn't help but exclaim. As an expert in the field of the wood element, she naturally wouldn't be wrong. No one questioned her. When everyone landed at the Yu clan's residence under the giant tree, they personally felt the meaning of desolation. The huge Yu clan's residence was quiet and lifeless. Not a single person could be seen. Just like the Qin clan, they had all disappeared without a trace. There was nothing left in the various pavilions. It was as if the 2 clans had an agreement that they would leave once Yun Nuoxing left. "Were you abandoned?" Standing in the courtyard of the Yu family, Yao Hua finally couldn't help but say something. As soon as he finished speaking, he was pressed to the ground and beaten up by Mu Ling and the others. Glancing at him indifferently, Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. In fact, even he started to doubt himself. Otherwise, how could he have disappeared so cleanly? Now, even the person who could prove his existence here had disappeared. Although the Yu clan's residence wasn't as dilapidated as the Qin clan's, it was still covered in dust. All kinds of small animals ran amok under the eaves and in the corners of the walls. No one had taken care of it for many years. This world doesn't want me anymore. Forget it. Yun Nuashing laughed self-deprecatingly. Soon after, he let out a heavy sigh. He didn't know what happened to the Yu clan, but he still remembered that when he was in that city in the Divine Continent, Yu Yin left him a handwriting. At that time, when he traced back the time, he saw that her father was also there. Perhaps something had happened, so he moved away. Little star, are you all right? Seeing that he had spat out his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls, Xian held his hand and asked worriedly, I'm fine. What's wrong with me? What could happen to me? Hearing this, Yun Nuashing fiercely sighed. Turning his head around, he rolled his eyes at her and said, When it is time to meet again, we will meet again. If fate has not ended, I will only care about walking my own path. As for whether or not I can meet again with Sister Yuyin, that will depend on how that damned fate decides. With that, he waved his hand and flew out of Xingling City. The others couldn't say anything and could only quickly follow. On a mountain peak outside Xingling City, Yun Nuashing and the others stood in a disorderly fashion, staring at the enormous city at the foot of the mountain. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. He tilted his head and asked Nightmare softly, Do you really plan to leave with us? That's right. The Alliance isn't under my control. The elders also let me do whatever I want. Furthermore, I've left a message, so they won't be angry. I'm not weak myself. At least, I'm not weaker than that flimsy guy. I can even provide you with information. The Nightwalker Alliance's information network covers more than half of the realm of the gods. Do you despise me? Nightmare curled his lips and said casually. Yuan Shi's face was filled with black lines. He was a dignified god's spiritual body. No matter what, he was about to enter the half-demon level. Yet he was described as flimsy. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but chuckle. He looked at Xingling City once again and sighed. Goodbye. The people at the side looked at him in a daze as he looked at Xingling City. They couldn't help but roll their eyes. Wasn't it just leaving again? Since he came back once, he would come back a second time. He actually made it seem like he had experienced so many vicissitudes. It was as if he had left for a lifetime, as if he felt the disdainful gazes of the dozen or so people behind him. Yun Nuashing sighed and slowly stepped back. He waved his hand and his back trembled. 6 light, purple wings spread out. Finally, the 6 wings flapped and his body quickly rushed into the sky. Finally, he didn't delay any longer. With a turn of his body, he rushed toward the horizon. Is that so? The little guys are on their way. On the top floor of the blue tower, a sage-like old man in a green robe stroked the white beard on his chest and laughed softly. The person not far behind the old man was a little puzzled when he saw the reminiscence on the old man's face. After hesitating for a while, he respectfully said, Dean, I don't understand what's so special about that group of little guys. He didn't understand why the old man had sent him to secretly protect Yun Nuashing and the others. They were just a group of immortal-level little guys. Asking him, a god, to protect them was simply overkill. Moreover, that guy actually had the light element. He almost couldn't catch up to him. In his opinion, only the little guy with the light element was worth protecting. He really couldn't see anything strange about the others. The adopted son of an old friend. He's a very powerful little guy. The old man in a green robe laughed softly. Then he suddenly frowned and scolded. Those people aren't simple. You actually can't see it? Seeing that the old man had turned hostile without any hesitation, the person laughed bitterly. This subordinate has poor eyesight. I hope that the dean can give me some pointers. Hearing this, the old man suddenly chuckled and said, "It's not your fault that you can't see it. They're people from that place. Your eyesight still needs to be improved." That place? The person was slightly startled. Then he seemed to have thought of something and said in shock, "People from the Divine Prefecture?" The old man nodded and sighed regretfully. This old man also wants to make a trip to that place. In the distant horizon, 100-meter wide stream of light shot past like it was chasing the moon and stars. Its astonishing speed attracted the attention of many experts in the area. However, after sensing the strength of the aura, they hurriedly gave up on the idea of investigating. The Divine Sword, ranked first in the Divine Sword record on the Divine Weapon ranking, is used as a cushion. On the huge Netherworld ruined sword, Qin Yan and Nightmare stared blankly at the purplish-black sword after listening to Yao Hua and the others chatter excitedly. There was disbelief in their eyes. The territory of the Source Peak domain was unimaginably vast. A star spirit city, or even a star underworld city, was only a speck of sand in the Source Peak domain. With the speed of Yun Nuashing and the others, they would not be able to reach the location of the Yin spirit fire, even if they used up all their energy. Furthermore, the teleportation gates in the Source Peak domain did not cover all the major cities, so they could only fly there. However, Yishi had never been there before, so she did not know the precise coordinates. She could only use the teleportation formation to teleport a short distance. The rest of the time, she could only rely on the Netherworld ruins sword to fly there. Every time she passed through Yishi's teleportation formation, she would have to stop for a short while. She would take out a map to determine the direction before hurriedly flying through the sky. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, she would quickly rush towards the distant destination. Although the destination did not appear to be very far from where they were on the map, the actual distance was frighteningly long. Yun Nuashing and Xian were fine. They were already used to the journey. No matter how long it was, they would eventually reach the destination. Furthermore, the Netherworld ruins sword did not require them to maintain the energy output. As for Yao Hua and the others, it had only been half a month, but the 9 of them could already say that they were bored out of their minds. This also made Yun Nuashing a little speechless. These 9 people were very restless. It seemed that it was really difficult for them to wait quietly. No wonder Golden God King and the others had been urging them to cultivate. When no one was looking, it turned out that they were so passive. Qin Yan and Nightmare did not have any problems. One was quiet enough, while the other was crazy enough. The former was always cultivating, while the latter would drag Yun Nuashing to spar with her strength or energy every day. After sparring with Yun Nuashing, she would run over to spar with Yuan Shi. According to Yun Nuashing, it was just a pastime during this seemingly endless journey. Yun Nuashing and the others would occasionally stop at places with strange energy to allow them to cultivate. Sometimes, when they passed by a city, they would stop to rest for a night before continuing on their journey. Every day, they would find a secluded place to cause a ruckus. The magical beasts hiding in the forest were furious, but they could do nothing about it. These guys were like a team of demon kings. They would cause a ruckus wherever they went. Over time, even Yao Hua and the others had gotten used to it. Under this kind of hurried journey and constant sparring, fighting, and cultivation, the dullness of the journey had become much lighter. However, because of this, the time had been extended by quite a bit. According to the calculations of the Yun Nua star, it had probably been half a year since they left the Star Spirit City. Although the time consumed was a little long, it was beneficial to Yun Nuashing and the others. Fighting and cultivating every day made everyone stronger, especially Qin Yan. She had already reached the 9th and 12th refinement stage. If there were no accidents, she would be the first in this group to step into the half-demon realm. As for Yun Nuashing, he was still deeply trapped in breaking through the barrier and was unable to extricate himself. He could only watch as everyone advanced. He was so angry that he almost flattened a mountain range. The days of eating and sleeping in the open caused everyone to feel somewhat exhausted. The only thing that they were looking forward to was seeing a city below, after which they would head down and have a good rest. The spar that Imogen had instigated had also come to an end. Everyone quietly trained and waited during the journey. When they were free, she also urged Yun Nuashing to cultivate the spirit array. At one point, he even forgot the fear of being dominated by a certain spirit array grandmaster. He also forgot that he still hadn't obtained the 9-palace dragon trapping array. In the quiet night, while everyone was resting, Yun Nuashing and she worked together to open a relatively stable space passage. Unlike the transfer passage, the space passage's journey was straight and its speed was many times slower than the transfer passage. However, it won in terms of stability. They didn't want to wait for everyone to wake up and find themselves in the Ganyuan region. This space passage had been woven for a long time and could only be safely opened now. She spent a lot of effort. If it wasn't for the fact that she was only at the immortal realm, opening the space passage would be a piece of cake. It's pretty good. After stabilizing the space passage, she heaved a sigh of relief. When she saw that Yun Nuashing was also panting, and then looked at the girl sleeping on his lap, she couldn't help but smile. Yun Nuashing looked up in confusion. When he saw she looking at him with a warm smile, he was slightly taken aback. After a moment, he lowered his head as if he had understood something. He wanted to laugh bitterly, but at the same time a warm feeling rose in his heart. This feeling of being loved and missed by someone isn't bad, right? She smiled gently and sat down while leaning against him. He gently stroked Xian's long hair. That soft and smooth touch made him a little infatuated. Yes, this feeling of being missed by someone was indeed quite good. It wasn't just Xian. There were also Xianyin, Yuan Qian, and even those 2 little girls. They were probably thinking about him too. Perhaps this was just his narcissistic thoughts. After speaking, the 2 of them fell silent. In the pitch-black space passage, only the sound of breathing could be heard faintly echoing. If they broke out of this pitch-black space passage, it would probably be the void they saw last time. Xiaoxi, do you have anyone you missed too? Suddenly, Yun Nuashing asked a question that made him want to slap himself to death. She's people had completely disappeared hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even she herself had gone through several life and death situations. There probably weren't many people who remembered her. I don't know. Apart from that old guy, I don't know where the others are. I don't even know if they're dead or alive. Anything can happen in tens of thousands of years. He originally thought that she would avoid this question. However, he heard her reply indifferently as if she wasn't talking about her. Yun Nuashing fell silent. He didn't know how to continue this topic. He opened his mouth a few times but couldn't say anything. After an unknown amount of time, Yun Nuashing suddenly felt that the pitch-black space around them didn't seem so dark anymore. At this moment, she suddenly raised her gaze and looked into the darkness that still couldn't see ahead. She said softly, "Brother Nua, we've arrived at our destination." Chapter 461. His tired mind immediately perked up when he heard Nuashing's words. Was it finally coming to an end after nearly 7 months of living in the open? When he pulled himself together, he saw that a little light had finally appeared in the endless darkness. Subsequently, the netherworld ruins sword that had been speeding past suddenly charged into the bright white circle of light with all its might. Dazzling sunlight suddenly descended from the sky. The summer sun was so strong that Yun Nuashing couldn't open his eyes for a moment. After he got used to it, he saw a vast expanse of emerald green plains that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was like a green curtain that covered the entire ground. It appeared before Yun Nuashing and Nuashing's eyes. Yun Nuashing slowly stopped the netherworld ruined sword as he looked at the vast expanse of green plains. He opened the treasure map and confirmed that the Een spirit fire he was looking for was indeed here. However, he was a little stunned when he saw where they were. This vast expanse of green plains. The Een spirit fire is here? Is there a mistake with the map? Yun Nuashing looked at the map and the vast expanse of green plains in a daze. He didn't know what was going on. The Een spirit fire is a strange flame formed by the combination of countless souls and death energy. It usually grows on battlefields where tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even tens of millions of undead are buried. It absorbs the remaining souls and death energy and grows continuously for tens of thousands of years before it condenses into a special gray soul energy with a tinge of blue. It is then transformed into a ball of flame by the fire element. The person who controls it can use it to refine their soul, and even summon millions of Een soldiers. Ziyi explained in a timely manner. After she finished speaking, She withdrew the soul energy she had spread out. When she saw Yun Nuashing's hopeful gaze, she shook her head. There's no barrier or anything like that. I don't feel any powerful soul energy either. But the map is right here, isn't it? Hearing this, Yun Nuashing looked at the treasure map suspiciously. There was a red dot flashing on the grayish-blue flame icon, which meant that they had arrived at their destination. However, why couldn't he see or sense it? If the Een spirit fire was formed by the power of death, then this vast expanse of green plains was full of life. It didn't look like a place where countless people had died. Oh, we're here? Just as the two of them were deep in thought, a heavy breathing sound suddenly came from behind them. It scared Yun Nuashing so much that he screamed and almost jumped off the sword. He stopped in shock and turned around to see Yuan Shi yawning. His fluffy hair was as messy as a bird's nest. Don't act like a ghost so early in the morning to scare people. Yun Nuashing patted his anxious heart. He had almost peed himself just now. We're here. But look around here. He looked around, but didn't see any ancient battlefield or any towering death energy. He had seen a place with the densest death energy in the past. It was the strange Death Valley where the beasts of death were born. But since then, he had never seen that place again, and he couldn't reach it even in his dreams. Seeing Yuan Shi's confused look, Yun Nuashing could only patiently give him a rough introduction of the Een spirit fire. Maybe there's something like a hidden space? After listening, Yuan Shi knew why he didn't understand and suggested a possibility. I don't think so. I didn't feel any spatial fluctuations within a radius of 10,000 miles. She shook her head. The most important thing to create a hidden space was the power of space. As long as the person or thing that created the space wasn't stronger than her soul power, she could sense it. Then we can only search slowly, inch by inch. Yuan Shi laughed heartily. Yun Nuashing was stunned. How long would they have to search? Yuan Shi grinned. He turned around and wanted to wake everyone up. Yun Nuashing was also helpless. He looked at the treasure map gloomily. His heart was in a mess. Sigh. Yun Nuashing sighed heavily and rolled up the treasure map. Just as he was about to ask Shi to help him weave a magic array, his gaze inadvertently swept across the sky. He saw a figure swooping down from the sky. As soon as he landed on the grass, he instantly disappeared. Yun Nuashing turned his head in surprise and looked at the place he had just caught a glimpse of. He opened his mouth wide in shock. Was it an illusion? Little Shi, is there a hidden space that anyone can enter but doesn't have any spatial fluctuations? Yun Nuashing looked at Yi Shi. His eyes were filled with surprise, and he asked with uncertainty. Yi Shi, who was focused on sensing the space in this place, was interrupted by this question. She thought for a while, then shook her head hesitantly, but then she nodded. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. Was there a hidden space or not? As long as it's a created space, there will be spatial fluctuations. No matter how we try to hide it, we can still sense it. But theoretically, a space without spatial fluctuations should exist. It's just that we haven't seen it before. She finished speaking hesitantly. Then she raised her head and asked, What's wrong, Big Brother Nuo? Nothing. I just saw a person disappear into thin air. I was a little concerned. I didn't see clearly either. I'm afraid it was an illusion. Yun Nuashing shook his head. How is it? Did you think of something? Nightmare suddenly sat down next to him and patted him on the shoulder, interrupting his train of thought. Nightmare's gaze suddenly became bitter, and it made the former's hair stand on end. Yun Nuashing turned around and saw that everyone had been woken up by Yuan Shi. He sighed and also woke up Xian, who was resting on his knee, and flew towards the place he had just seen with his netherworld sword. Barrier! All of a sudden, Shui Xia let out a loud cry. She used the loudest voice she had ever used in her life, scaring Mu Ling and the others. Then she frowned and said in astonishment, But it seems? It's strange, there are fluctuations. Barrier fluctuations? Yi Shi listened to her awkwardly and also frowned. She didn't feel any fluctuations. When it came to barriers, no one here should know better than her. Yun Nuashing also looked at Shui Xia strangely. Even Yi, she didn't feel any fluctuations in the barrier. Could it be that Shui Xia had sensed it? Xiao Xia has extraordinary senses for barriers. Even Senior Water God King praised her. It shouldn't be wrong. There should be something here. Mu Ling secretly transmitted to Yun Nuashing, causing the latter to look at her even more strangely. Yun Nuashing thought bitterly for a long time. He felt more and more confused. Yuan Shi and the others could even see a wisp of steam rising from the top of his head. I'm still very concerned. After a long while, Yun Nuashing roared. Then, before anyone could react, he jumped down from the netherworld sword. By the time everyone reacted, he was already in the waist-high grassland. Everyone quickly threw away their thoughts and jumped down after him. There's too much grass. We can't find anything. Why don't we burn it all? Seeing Yuan Shi and the others land behind him, Yun Nuashing sighed and said lightly. At the same time, a light purple flame appeared in his palm. Everyone was stunned again. Then they all laughed bitterly. Burn the mountain and spend the rest of your life in prison. Yao Hua said weakly. Yun Nuashing snorted. Who cares? Who's going to be in charge of this place? When everyone heard him say that, they all mourned for the grassland for 3 seconds. Then they were surprised to see Yun Nuashing put away the purple night flame. However, I'm not interested in that. It's a pity to burn this lush grassland. It would be very comfortable to sleep. Damn you! Yao Hua and the others raised their middle fingers in unison. Yun Nuashing laughed and told everyone about the approximate area to look for. Just as he was about to bend down, he saw a figure rushing over from afar. Someone's here again. Yun Nuashing was stunned. This time he saw it clearly. It wasn't an illusion. However, the figure didn't seem to be in a hurry this time. He flew towards them slowly. When he got closer, they could even hear the blue figure humming a song. He looked carefree, as if he was on an outing. The man in blue who appeared in front of Yun Nuashing and the others looked quite young. He looked about 26 or 27 years old. He was dressed in a blue outfit with a long windbreaker casually draped over his shoulders. His 2 sleeves fluttered in the wind, giving him a sense of freedom. The man in blue was very handsome and had an easygoing temperament. The blue lightning in the corner of his eyes added another charm to his temperament. It felt as if he would rush over to chat with Yun Nuashing and the others in the next second. The man in blue who was humming finally saw Yun Nuashing and the others not far away. He stopped humming and opened his eyes. With a gorgeous turn, he landed in front of Yun Nuashing. He cupped his hands and smiled. Friend, are you also here to participate in the profound dragon ritual? Wow, he really came over to talk. Yuan Shi and the others exclaimed in their hearts. Profound dragon ritual? Yun Nuashing was stunned. He quickly cupped his hands, but he was a little confused. Is this your first time here? When the man in blue heard this, he suddenly understood. He looked at the dozen people with interest and smiled. The profound dragon ritual isn't here. This is just a small entrance. It seems like your guide didn't tell you. Entrance. Yun Nuashing muttered in her heart. It seemed that there was indeed something mysterious about this place. However, why couldn't they feel it? Move aside a little. Let me look around. The man in blue chuckled. He then squatted down and looked around the grass. He even used his hands to push the grass aside. Yun Nuashing and the others quickly retreated. They thought that he would need a long time to search. However, as soon as Yun Nuashing and the others retreated, the man in blue cried out in joy. Found it. As soon as his voice fell, Yun Nuashing stared in front of her in astonishment. She then hurried over. At this moment, the man was pushing aside a large pile of lush grass, revealing a small space. There, a tree branch, less than a foot tall, was inserted into the ground. Its brown color was very conspicuous in this lush green grass. However, it was blocked by the pile of grass and was difficult to find. This is the entrance. Yun Nuashing was stunned. She raised her head and looked at the man in blue suspiciously. That's right. It's here. I'll go in first and wait for you inside. The man in blue laughed. Yun Nuashing's reaction was within his expectations. Newcomers who came here would usually have such a reaction when they saw that this inconspicuous tree branch was actually the entrance. After saying this, the man in blue reached out and grabbed the tree branch. Immediately, his entire body seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Not a trace of him was left behind. Could this place be? Jining was shocked. She only calmed down after a while. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, as if she had thought of something. It seems that there is something strange operating here as well. Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly. It wasn't that he had never seen a space that could be hidden. However, those were all related to formations and charms. This was the first time he saw a space that could be created without a formation. Chapter 462. After grasping the branch, Yun Nuashing suddenly saw that the ground and sky had disappeared. The surrounding space suddenly turned into a dark blue spatial tunnel that resembled flowing water. A sense of weightlessness followed. Not far below them, there was a white circle that seemed to be the exit. She hurriedly stabilized her falling figure and did not rush towards the white circle. After catching everyone who was falling, they descended towards the circle of light together. Have any of you seen a dark blue spatial tunnel before? Nightmare scratched his head and asked. No, ordinary spatial tunnels are black or silver blue. This is the first time I've seen a pure blue one. Yun Nuashing shook her head. She did not know where the blue tunnel led to. I see. No wonder. She couldn't sense it. This is a place like this. Suddenly, Yi said softly. There was a hint of admiration and surprise in her faint voice. There were probably not many things that could interest her. Let's go. Of course, Yun Nuashing did not ask. With Ye's personality, even if she asked, she would keep them in suspense. If she wanted to know, she would know once she stepped through the white circle of light. Everyone nodded. Almost simultaneously, they descended towards the white circle of light and passed through it. As everyone left, the blue spatial tunnel became silent once again. The barrier that was shimmering faintly appeared very mysterious. After passing through the white circle of light, Yun Nuashing and the rest appeared once again. They were in a canyon that was covered by mountain walls that were tens of thousands of feet tall. There was only one direction that was not covered by the mountain walls. Outside was an emerald green forest. In the canyon, a huge silver waterfall fell from the sky, forming a huge lake at the bottom of the mountain walls. In the middle of the lake, there was a small island surrounded by the lake water. Although it was called a small island, it was extremely small. It was only about 30 feet wide. There was only a small wooden bridge that led straight out of the canyon. A small tree stood at the edge and swayed gently in the strong wind that came from the waterfall. After coming out of the circle of light and landing on the island, Yun Nuashing looked at the canyon in a daze. She didn't know where the blue spatial passage had sent them. The faint sound of the flute reverberated in the canyon. Combined with the heavy sound of the falling waterfall, It was like a leisurely and mellow song. "You're here." On the small passage in front of the island, the blue-clothed man stood there waiting for them. In his hand was an emerald-green bamboo flute. The flute sound just now seemed to have come from him. "Where is this?" Yun Nuashing looked around in confusion. She felt uncomfortable in this place. Her star energy was not in harmony with the heaven and earth energy in the outside world. What a turbid air! Jean wrinkled her nose. She felt uncomfortable breathing in this place, although it didn't affect them much. This isn't the problem with the air. The mountains here are green and the water is green. There's no problem with the air. Fengyi said, "I'm afraid there's a problem with the energy." Nightmare sucked in a large mouthful of air, like a whale swallowing, then nodded. Hearing Yun Nuashing and the others talking as they walked, the blue-clothed man couldn't help but laugh loudly. He couldn't help but hold his stomach. Your guide really didn't say anything. Everyone's gazes were a little strange. What was this guy talking about from the beginning? Their guide should be Yun Nuashing. He hadn't been here himself, so how would he know anything? Well, if you can directly sense that there's a problem with the heaven and earth energy, it means that you're really talented. The first time I came here, I foolishly thought my nose was broken. Haha. The blue-clothed man laughed loudly. Here. Yun Nuashing waved her hand. After laughing for a while, the blue-clothed man coughed dryly. He looked outside the canyon and said, "This is a new world. It's not in the realm of the gods, but it exists in the realm of the gods." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing and the others were all stunned. Then, all of them seemed to have seen something that shocked them to the core. Their faces became colorful. Small world. It's a created world. That creation-type world that is said to be able to evolve into a complete great world. A small world. Seeing Yun Nuashing and the others suddenly shouting in horror, Yi Shi and Zian were shocked. Yi Shi couldn't help but roll her eyes and snorted softly. Isn't it just a small world? Do you need to shout so loudly? Although she was also shocked when she guessed it, small worlds were not common in the realm of the gods. Moreover, they were very good at hiding. They could tell from the special entrance. No, that's not the entrance. That tree branch is used to hide this space. It's the carrier that created this world. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head again. Although it didn't mean that the space of this small world was inside the tree branch, this world was attached to the tree branch. Ha ha ha! Your reactions are too exaggerated. Seeing everyone's strange reactions, the blue-clothed man burst out laughing again. But small worlds, we've only heard of them and only seen them in ancient books. We've never seen them in real life. We thought they were just illusions. Yao Hua felt his mouth go dry. The small worlds recorded in ancient books were once common in the Age of Darkness and the Primordial Age. Until now, they had disappeared without a trace. He had never heard of any small worlds. Most of the small worlds that existed now were spaces that were forcibly opened in the void. If they were big enough, they could even allow life to flourish in them. Of course, these forcibly open spaces were not as real and perfect as small worlds, because they've disappeared without a trace. Moreover, you should know by now. At least you know that there's a small world here. The blue-clothed man smiled and waved at everyone. Then he slowly walked out of the wooden bridge. When Yun Nuashing and the others saw this, they looked at each other and hurriedly followed him. This small world has existed for many years. However, I'm afraid no one knows who created it. Walking slowly along the forest path toward the outside, the blue-clothed man unhurriedly told Yun Nuashing and the others about this small world. Small worlds also have different degrees of evolution. Although I haven't seen other small worlds, the degree of evolution of this small world is already perfect. The inhabitants of this world were all born from this world itself. They weren't moved in by people. Moreover, look, the blue-clothed man pointed at the sky. It was noon. The dazzling sun made everyone close their eyes. It was difficult to look directly at it. This small world has already reached the point of perfection. It has already given birth to the stars that belong to this world. Of course. Suddenly, the blue-clothed man's voice changed. He raised his voice very high. Yun Nuashing and the others were stunned. They turned around and saw a mysterious smile on his face. That's fake. It doesn't really exist. It's just a fake star that exists because of the needs of the evolution of life in this world, Yishi said faintly. Fake? Yun Nuashing frowned and looked up at the blazing sun again. However, no matter how she looked at it, the sun was very real. There was light and heat. She couldn't tell that it was fake at all. The light and heat that made her, a creature of the darkness, feel disgusted shouldn't be fake. Isn't there someone who knows a lot about small worlds? The blue-clothed man couldn't help but smile bitterly when she said what he was keeping them in suspense. Then he nodded and explained, it's indeed fake. However, it's not completely fake. This little girl also said that it's a fake star that was born because of the needs of life in this world. It's fake and untouchable, but it really exists here. Real is fake, fake is real. Yun Nuashing murmured. The sun that existed there was real, but it couldn't be touched or witnessed. The residents of this small world don't even know that this world is fake. It's just a special life space created by someone else. However, if someone is strong enough, they might be able to touch the core of this world. From my observations, there are also people who know that this is a small world. They are the most powerful people in this small world, the blue-clothed man continued. The energy of heaven and earth in this small world isn't as pure as in the real world, the realm of the gods. This is why you all have difficulty breathing when you come in. We're used to the huge amount of pure energy, so it's normal for us to feel uncomfortable when we come to a place with less pure energy. It's like a fish that has left the sea and can adapt to a narrow river. Moreover, the purer the energy, the stronger the feeling of discomfort, and the more severe the side effects will be. She added. She looked at Yun Nuashing. Everyone looked at him in unison. The person with the purest and most condensed energy here was Yun Nuashing. Me. Yun Nuashing was stunned when he saw everyone looking at him. After a while, he scratched his head and said strangely, I don't feel any discomfort at all. Everything is normal. The flow of energy doesn't feel jerky either, he opened his mouth. In fact, he wanted to say that he didn't feel any discomfort at first, but it was gone now. However, he said the wrong thing. Hearing this, Yishi was also a little confused. People who are more sensitive to high-density energy should have the strongest reaction in places with low-density energy. Moreover, Yun Nuashing had the divine body of a receptive soul. Thinking of this, Yishi understood. Yun Nuashing probably didn't have any reaction because he had the divine body of a receptive soul. If he was ranked second in terms of energy adaptability, he couldn't be ranked first. Therefore, among everyone present, only Yun Nuashing was normal. The others would probably need some time to adapt. Are you okay? Seeing that everyone else was similarly uncomfortable, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but look at Xian. After asking, he laughed involuntarily. He forgot that this girl had the 5 elements body. Her sensitivity to energy shouldn't be much worse than his. This shouldn't be a problem for her. Yes, I'm fine. It's just a little uncomfortable. I feel like I'll be able to get used to it after a while. Xian smiled and shook his head, just as Yun Nuashing expected. This problem wasn't too difficult for their bodies to bear. While chatting, they unknowingly walked out of the forest. Their vision suddenly became much wider. The forest in front of them shrank to the bottom of the cliff. At the foot of the mountain where Yun Nuashing and the others were, a vast city appeared. They could vaguely see what the city looked like. It was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. People were coming and going, and it was very lively. It seemed like there was some special event going on. You haven't told me what the profound dragon ritual is. Seeing the extraordinarily lively scene below, Yun Nuashing finally remembered that when they came in, the blue-clothed man seemed to have mentioned the profound dragon ritual. However, he didn't explain it in detail. Chapter 463. That's a very good question, but it's a long story. As we walk down, I'll try to be as concise as possible. The blue-clothed man chuckled. First of all, the profound dragon ritual isn't as simple as its name suggests. It's related to dragons. The profound dragon is a person, or rather a title. This ritual is to commemorate this profound dragon. Whatever it is, well, that's what it means. As the blue-clothed man spoke, he was so confused that he forgot what he wanted to say. A row of black lines appeared on everyone's forehead. The target of the ritual is usually a deity-type existence. Could it be that this profound dragon, whatever it is also a deity-type existence? Yun Nuashing asked. He hadn't seen many rituals like this in the realm of the gods. In the long span of hundreds of eras, there were as many deity-level experts as there were sand in the ocean. Although the number of deity-level experts was very small, there were still quite a number of them. Therefore, the ritual's target of worship was in the tens of millions. But who was the target of worship? Correct. However, it's different from the deities in our realm of the gods. Don't forget, this is a pocket dimension. The people in the pocket dimension are generally much weaker than the cultivators in the realm of the gods. The blue-clothed man paused for a moment, then raised his head as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he continued, then, under this premise, what is the deity of the pocket dimension? The creator of the small world. Yi? She was used to his bad habit of keeping people guessing. When he stopped, she said what he wanted to say, and what Yun Nuashing and the others couldn't guess. This made the blue-clothed man smile bitterly. Guessing riddles is fun. It's boring if you always expose it. Creator. Everyone murmured with a thoughtful look on their faces. Nodding his head, the man in blue continued, this is only one of the possibilities. As I said, there are people in this small world who know that there is a world outside of this small world, and it could just be an extremely powerful person. As for the specifics, we would have to understand the history of this world. I am not very clear about it, but I know that this profound dragon ritual is known by everyone in this small world. The ritual nowadays no longer has the solemnity and tradition of the ancient times, and is more like a kind of entertainment. If we really have to describe it, well, it's like a festival. We, who came from the great world, accidentally discovered this little world. We don't know how we found out about this so-called profound dragon ritual, and we don't know why we came here. In any case, there must be quite a number of experts from the realm of the gods lingering in this little world. Of course, there won't be too many of them. We have been very careful to hide our identities, and no one would be able to tell that we came from another world, the man in blue said softly. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Taking a deep breath, she asked cautiously, what's the purpose? You've really stumped me. Everyone who comes here has all kinds of thoughts, and I'm not sure what they are thinking. I came to participate in the profound dragon ritual purely for fun. I've been here for 5 times already, but I haven't seen anything major happen. The man in blue shook his head. Of course, although this little world is not as big as the realm of the gods, it's not small either. I estimate that it's the size of 2 divine prefecture holy cities, the man in blue said with a smile as he extended 2 fingers. Hearing this data, I somehow feel that this little world is quite small. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. However, this was also because the realm of the gods was too special. It was countless times bigger than an ordinary world. Just a city alone was so big that it was boundless. If a mortal lived here, they wouldn't be able to explore the entire city in their lifetime. A little world the size of 2 divine cities was actually quite big. However, compared to the visitors from the realm of the gods, it was indeed quite small. Well, the canyon we just came from is just the teleportation entrance to this little world. There are very few people there, and the high canyon is a headache for all the experts here. It's a good place to hide, and we don't have to worry about being discovered. The man in blue thought for a while, then looked at Yun Nuashing and said, "The profound dragon ritual will begin in half a month. I'll take you to the library in the city later. You can come out after you've learned the language of this world." What? The language is different. Everyone was dumbfounded. They still had to learn the language. That's right. Let's not talk about whether the residents of this world were really born in this little world. Even if they moved here from the realm of the gods, they would still have their own language. The realm of the gods is so big. Although for the convenience of communication, the human race, demon race, and other races have unified into a common language. This common language can't be spread to every corner of the world. I wouldn't be surprised if there are more than 10,000 languages in use in the realm of the gods. You can't possibly speak all of them, right? The man in blue turned around and sighed at Yun Nuashing and the others. When he first came here, he was also very busy trying to learn the language. Fortunately, the people in the city all thought that he was a country bumpkin who had just entered the city and didn't have any suspicions. Moreover, the accent here was not very different from the one in the realm of the gods. So when we enter the city later, if you can use your divine sense or soul to communicate, don't say it out loud. When I first came here, I was treated like a country bumpkin. You girls from some big faction probably don't want people to look at you strangely, right? The man in blue reminded them. That's nothing to us. We're already used to it. But if it's Little Star... Jean Ing waved her hand. They were a group of 9, so they had seen a lot of strange looks. They were already used to it. However, there was someone here who was afraid of looking at them. Yun Nuashing opened her mouth and found that she couldn't refute. She looked at her bitterly and muttered, "That's right. Then just keep quiet and use your divine sense to communicate. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. By the way, how did you know that we're from some big faction?" Yao Hua asked curiously. "From the moment you all came in and felt that something was wrong with this place, I knew that you all are very talented. There's an 80% chance that you all have extraordinary backgrounds." The man in blue said, "It's just a simple observation." "All right. If you want to reduce the number of people looking at you, it's best to split up." The man in blue silently counted the number of people and said, "You all are too eye-catching. Moreover, you're all handsome men and beautiful women. It's hard not to attract attention." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing and the others looked at each other. Then they smiled silently and rolled their eyes at the man in blue. Compared to the cities in the realm of the gods, which were hundreds of thousands of miles in size, this city seemed very small. However, even though it was small, it had all the essentials. At first glance, there wasn't much difference, other than the style of the buildings and the fact that they couldn't understand the words spoken by the people on the streets. It was just like a small district in a big city. It seemed that the profound dragon ritual was approaching. Many people flowed into the city. The city, which wasn't very big to begin with, was crammed with so many people that it seemed very crowded. The streets were filled with people. Looking from midair, one could only see dense black dots swaying nonstop. Fortunately, the crowded road was only at the entrance. After turning a corner, the density of the people decreased by a lot, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. "Brother Nua, is it really okay to follow him?" Yi Shi, who was walking beside Yun Nuashing, tugged on her long hair and asked through telepathy. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing raised her head and looked at the man in blue who was about 10 meters in front of them. Then she turned back and looked at Yao Hua and the others who were walking in 2 groups. They were all walking quietly and didn't say a word. Only then did she turn her head and said through telepathy, "It's okay, right?" I didn't feel any malice or killing intent from him. My level 2 evil spirit allows me to see through people's inner thoughts. Even if they are on guard, I can still sense his hidden motives. So, for the time being, it shouldn't be a problem. We have never met before, and he doesn't have any intention of harming me. Maybe he's just a warm-hearted passerby? Yun Nuashing laughed silently and said through telepathy, Yishi hesitated for a while, then nodded uncertainly and said, "If Brother Nuo thinks it's okay, then it's okay. Anyway, as long as it wasn't a god above the Emperor of the Underworld, it wouldn't be much of a threat to their group." Yun Nuashing nodded and said, "Also, we need a guide. This is a small world, right? The culture and style here are different from the god realm. Just like how there's a language barrier here, communication through telepathy also requires language. Unless it's those scrolls or something," retracting her gaze from the road. Yun Nuashing realized with some sadness that even though they were divided into 3 groups, they still managed to attract the attention of everyone along the way. It seemed that Mu Ling's group was being hit on by another group of people. Because of the language barrier, Mu Ling's group only smiled and walked away. There were also other small matters in between. Every time someone came up to talk to them, Yun Nuashing and the others would break out in cold sweat, afraid that they would accidentally say something. "Well, look at how nervous you all are. Let me tell you a piece of good news. We've arrived at the library." Just as everyone was sweating profusely, the man in blue, who was walking at the front, finally transmitted his voice and chuckled. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that. Raising their heads, the building in front of them seemed very out of place. Its style was completely different from the surrounding buildings, yet it blended perfectly with the surroundings. The ancient pavilion appeared in front of everyone with a sense of historical majesty. "This is the center of this city, where an ancient library stands," the man in blue whispered to them. "Don't be fooled by how small this city looks. In fact, within a radius of 10,000 miles from the world entrance, it's a very prosperous city. Of course, there are other cities here. The Mystery Dragon Ritual is an event that is jointly held in this world. If you're interested, you can go to other more prosperous places. You can participate in it anywhere." Finally, the man in blue thought for a while and added, "Anyway, we're all here to have fun." Everyone's faces darkened as they followed him into the library. In the library, there was a flat area in the middle that led all the way to the top of the building. Fragments of sunlight shone down from the upper floors, forming a few light screens. In the middle, there was a row of orchids and flowers that Yun Nuashing and the others had never seen before, quietly blooming under the sunlight. "It's not quite the same as the ones in the realm of the gods, but it's not that different. Is it because the creator is from the realm of the gods?" Raising his head and looking at the library, Yao Hua could not help but transmit his voice. This place was very similar to the library in the realm of the gods. He had been to many libraries, so he could recognize it. "I don't know about that either. This world has its own history, and it evolved over a long period of time. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any deeper connection with the realm of the gods. If you're interested, you can study it later. If you discover anything new, let me know," the man in blue said as he pinched his wrist and pointed to the upper floors. After saying that, he suddenly turned around and walked toward the entrance of the library. His slender windbreaker fluttered in the wind. As he waved his hand, he transmitted his voice to Yun Nuashing and the others. "It's related to languages. It's on the top floor. I'm going to meet an old friend and tell him that I'm here. You guys can stay here for now. Once you're done learning, you can walk around this small world. My name is Yu Qin. If we're fated, we'll meet again on the day of the Mystery Dragon Ritual." Chapter 464. After watching the man in blue disappear into the sunlight outside the library, Yun Nuashing turned around and looked at the library. What a strange guy. He let out a sigh. Just as he had expected, the man in blue seemed to have acted as their guide. He brought them to the novice village and then left in a hurry, saying that he would meet them again at the rite of the profound dragon who knows. Laughing bitterly in his heart, Yun Nuashing put aside his other thoughts and looked at Zian and the rest. He said telepathically, "Let's go and learn the language of this small world. The spirit fire might be in this small world, so we have to at least be able to settle down in this world. Are we really going to learn it? We might not be able to use this language again after this short period of time." Hearing this, Yao Hua's face was filled with bitterness. Yun Nuoxing sighed and patted his shoulder. He sighed and said, "Young man, it's not a big deal to read more books and learn more things. Speak human language." Yao Hua patted his arm. "Damn it, do you think I want to learn? If it weren't for the Yin spirit fire, who would want to learn in this small world?" Yun Nuoxing's handsome face suddenly turned red, and his expression was ferocious. He was transmitting telepathically, causing everyone to laugh bitterly. They walked up to the roof dejectedly, feeling as if their feet were filled with lead and they couldn't even walk. I suddenly remembered. Suddenly, Yun Nuoxing hammered his palm and then transmitted his voice in a strange way. "We don't know the language of this world, but can we understand the books here?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this. This was a problem. But the man in blue, Yu Chun, didn't tell them anything. He only said that they could learn the language here, and then followed them in. Maybe the books here can be read with divine sense. Xian reminded. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh, then walked to the row of bookshelves closest to the stairs. He randomly picked a book and opened it to take a look. However, there were some words that he could not understand. However, when he used his spiritual sense to cover this book, isn't that completely impossible? Everyone thought that they would see Yin Nuoxing suddenly come to a realization or be pleasantly surprised. Instead, they saw him slam the book shut and stuff it back into the bookcase with a dark expression on his face. Seeing his actions, even if he didn't say anything, they knew that it was most likely that his divine sense was useless. If that was the case, why did Yu Qin ask them to come here? It's useless to think so much. Since Yu Chen said it's on the top floor, let's go take a look. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and took the lead to walk up the stairs. Everyone quickly followed. There weren't many people in the book collection pavilion. Every floor only had about 10 people. However, the rows of bookshelves were quite long. Perhaps someone was hiding behind those long bookshelves. It was very quiet, and there wasn't a single sound of conversation. Only the sound of books being flipped could be heard from time to time. It was said that the creatures in this small world were all derived from this world itself. Yun Nuoxing and the others didn't see any difference between the residents here and the people in the God's realm. This book collection pavilion only had 5 floors. Looking at the rows of bookshelves in front of them, they went up the last flight of stairs and finally saw the cover of the top floor. Only then did Yin Nuoxing breathe a sigh of relief. The winding stairs almost made her dizzy. As soon as they reached the top floor, they saw a sign hanging from the ceiling. There were a few big words written on it, but they couldn't understand them. They didn't pay too much attention to it and went straight to the nearest row of bookshelves. Compared to the floors below, the top floor was really sparsely populated, or rather, there were very few traces of people. At least they could still see people on the floors below, but there wasn't even a shadow on this floor. Seeing so many rows of bookshelves, Yun Nuoxing put her hands on her hips and sighed. She exchanged glances with the others. The latter and the others also understood and spread out. Yao Hua and the others even pinched their noses and reluctantly took out a book with an unknown name. They casually flipped through dozens of pages, and then the language of the God's realm? Yun Nuoxing, who had just opened the book, heard a few horrified voice transmissions in her ear. Her hand trembled in fright, and she almost threw the book away. Then, she hurriedly flipped open the book in her hand. What she saw was the language of the God's realm that she was familiar with. The words beside the book seemed to be the language of this world. Don't be surprised. Since you don't want to read the book, learn it quickly and get out of this damn place, Yun Nuoxing said, waving the book in her hand. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuoxing also called Lan Xire out. The latter had been suppressing the chaos sealed in the shadow in her body. However, Yun Nuoxing felt that it was okay to ignore her, so she called her out. When it came to learning a language, she knew better. She had once learned the current common language in just a few days, which made Yun Nuoxing a little speechless. However, Lan Xan didn't seem to be willing. She pouted her lips and fidgeted. Yun Nuashing didn't know what to do. After thinking for a while, he patted her head and coaxed her. Then the little girl sat down with dozens of books in her hands. Wow, she's so easy to coax. Looking at Lon Xn, who was sitting next to him and reading obediently, Yun Nuashing looked at his palms, speechless. For a moment, he did not know what to say. He was mentally prepared for a war of words. Zien and Yi, she were also very engrossed in reading. Yun Nuashing yawned and became more energetic. He slowly calmed his mind and immersed himself in the sea of books. Fortunately, the pronunciation of the language of the small world was not very different from the common language of the celestial realm. It would not take much time. The history of the small world was very different from the history of the celestial realm. According to an ancient book that recorded the events of the time, the small world might have existed for less than an era. However, it was more than 10 billion years old. There were no specific changes in the era. Most of the books recorded things that had been passed down from a long time ago or stories and legends. However, compared to the first era of the celestial realm, which had completely disappeared, this small world could be traced back to the time when the world was born. I didn't expect this small world to have a magical formation. However, it is not called a magical formation, but a Taoist formation. This seems to be a world that pays attention to Taoism. When everyone first comes into contact with cultivation, they will choose a Taoism, or rather, the direction and form that they pursue. Then, they will continue to cultivate in this direction. As for Taoism, it is a cultivation of the heart that follows the heart. However, it requires the improvement of the state of mind and the understanding of oneself and the world. Yun Nuashing sat back to back with Xener on the ground. After he finished reading a book, he picked up another book and said this. Then he sighed. In general, Taoism is more rigid. It cannot be changed, but the direction of cultivation is simple. On the other hand, Taoism is flexible and changeable, but it is difficult to cultivate. It requires enough comprehension. When Yishi heard this, she raised her little head from the oversized book and looked at Yun Nuashing as she said. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing nodded and said, It is a bit like what you said before, little she. The power of will and the will of the elements. Well, it is just a little similar to these two. These two are not Taoism. It's hard for you to remember these two. Sister Zai said that you have the memory of a fish. Yi, she looked at him a little surprised. Then she teased him. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. There are many wonderful things in this world. It can also be ranked here. However, compared to our original world, which ones are stronger? After putting down a book, Zien stretched. Her robes fluttered with her body for a while. Then, she sat down lazily in front of Yun Nuashing. The energy of heaven and earth here is turbid and thin. It can't give birth to anything good. Well, although it is a little rude to say this to the residents of this world, it is the truth. There is no point in arguing, Yi, she said calmly. Yun Nuashing and the other two smiled bitterly. There were not many things that could catch the eye of this emperor of the underworld, expert in the realm of the gods. In this small world, there was probably nothing that could catch her eye. The few of them breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to chat while reading, this kind of boring matter wouldn't be too boring. However, looking at the sky from dark to dawn, they didn't know how many days had passed. Fortunately, this library pavilion didn't close at night. Otherwise, they would have to be busy. During these days, some people came up. However, they were all sensed by Yun Nuashing as soon as they stepped on the first step of the stairs. Then he urged everyone to hide in the innermost part of the long bookcase passage. They only came out after the person left. After a few days, it was peaceful. No one saw them. Everyone was a little depressed by Yun Nuashing's actions. They felt that there was nothing to hide. They did not do anything shameful. However, he was the leader. If he said so, then so be it. Although they knew that he was doing it for their own good, the less they met with the people of this world, the less unnecessary trouble they would have to face. Just like that, 10 days passed peacefully. Everyone sat under the bookcase with dark circles under their eyes and fell asleep. Yun Nuashing was also a little speechless. He took out the celestial spirit branch and placed it in the heaven refining array to help everyone recover their energy. In fact, they had learned the language long ago. The pronunciation was not much different from the common language of the realm of the gods. It was very easy to learn. However, when they saw some other books, they were a little interested. Gradually it got out of hand. With the thought that reading more books could improve their state of mind, everyone gathered their rare patience and continued to read, especially Yao Hua. After learning the language 3 days ago, he made a fuss and wanted to go out. Jining and the others forced him to the ground and taught him a lesson. After that, they did not hear him make a fuss. One time, when Yun Nuashing went to peek at them reading, Yao Hua was still very focused on drawing something on the table with his finger. He was completely engrossed in it. Yun Nuashing, who was used to being tired, also had dark circles under his eyes. After 10 days, he understood almost everything about this small world. However, he did not see the information he wanted to know the most, the Yin spirit fire. Well, forget it. With a sigh, Yun Nuashing stood up and stretched. In this place, the treasure map was also in a state where it could not be opened. He did not know if it was because it was a small world or some other reason. If it was because this was a small world, then the place he saw in his dream at that time was probably also a small world. After taking off his windbreaker and covering Ziyin and Yi Shi, who were sleeping together, Yun Nuashing gave a long yawn. Just as he was about to sit cross-legged and cultivate, he saw Hui Ji walking over in a daze from the corner of the bookcase while rubbing her eyes. He was slightly taken aback. "What's wrong? If you doze off while walking, be careful not to fall." Seeing her walking over with heavy eyelids, Yun Nuashing hurriedly walked over and supported her, lest she fall to the ground. What? She nodded her little head in a daze. She flicked her fiery red long hair and looked at Yun Nuashing with a pair of lifeless eyes. She wanted to say something, but she seemed to have forgotten. Her little face was a little anxious, and her willowy eyebrows were furrowed. Yun Nuashing was not in a hurry. He just waited like this, but when he was about to pull her to sit down, he heard the latter slowly say, "Little star, I want to discuss something with you." Surprise surged in Yun Nuashing's pale, purple-gold eyes. Although he had been wandering outside with the 9 heroes, he had been accompanying them during this period of time. He also knew their temperaments. They were also very proud, but they would not reveal it. Moreover, He Ji might be the proudest of the 9 of them. Today he heard her say discuss in a soft tone. This really surprised Yun Nuashing. He did not know if it was because of his lack of energy. "Go ahead," Yun Nuashing said softly as he pulled Hui Ji to sit down. After hesitating for a while, Hui Ji seemed to be struggling with something. After a long while she said, "I heard that your treasure map can find the location of the divine flame, right?" "Yes." Yun Nuashing nodded. As long as one followed him, they would know about this. Every day, he would take it out to correct the route. Hui Ji took a deep breath and glanced at Mu Ling and Jining, who were sleeping soundly in the distance. Then, she nodded fiercely as if she had made up her mind. She said softly, "Can you help me find a divine flame?" "Huh." Yun Nuashing was slightly taken aback, but he quickly recovered. When he saw her persistent and anxious eyes, he was a little surprised. When he heard what she said, he guessed what she was going to say. This answer did not surprise him. The divine flame was an excellent cultivation accelerator for everyone who cultivated the fire element. Of course, the premise was that you had the ability to subdue it. Seeing his eyes widen a little and not speaking, Hui thought he was unwilling, so she quickly said, "I won't ask for your help for nothing. If you need anything, I can find a way to give it to you, and I won't ask for a divine flame that is ranked too high. With my current strength, I may not be able to subdue a divine flame that is ranked over 100, so calm down, I haven't said anything yet." Seeing that she was so excited that even her breathing became a little rapid, Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and quickly patted her head. Hua Ji's cheeks flushed slightly when her head was suddenly pressed by a warm palm, but she also calmed down. Her chaotic aura also slowly returned to normal, and after a while, she completely calmed down. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. This trick was surprisingly effective on girls, whether it was Xian Yin, Zian, or even Zai. He did not expect Hua Ji to be so persistent about the divine flame, but as she said, she may not be able to subdue a divine flame that is ranked in the top 100 with her strength at the immortal stage. Then I'll help you. Anyway, there's no hurry to get 150 types of divine flames. Yun Nuashing thought for a while, smiled slightly, and said, Okay, but now the treasure map can't be open. When we return to the realm of the gods, I'll let you find a divine flame yourself, and I'll find a way to get it for you. Hearing this, Hua Ji looked at him gratefully, and could not help but smile sweetly and said, Thank you, little star. Then her expression became a little flustered again. She looked around, and when she was sure that no one had woken up, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, Don't tell Sister Ing and the others. Okay, I've made an appointment. I won't tell Jean Ing and the others. Yun Nuashing nodded with a smile and rubbed her head with his palm. Hua Ji stood up with a smile, bowed slightly to Yun Nuashing, and then walked back to Mu Ling and the others with a smile. This girl is quite cute when she smiles. Yun Nuashing smiled silently in his heart. Hua Ji was usually talkative, but seeing her smile made him feel that something was missing. Little star. Suddenly, Hua Ji turned sideways, and her exquisite skirt fluttered like a flower. She chuckled softly and said, Don't touch a girl's head so casually. Seeing the mischievous look in her eyes, and the way she touched her head with her delicate hand, Yun Nuashing was a little startled. But before he could say anything, he saw Hua Ji walk back to Mu Ling's side, sit down, and fall asleep on her shoulder. Yun Nuashing scratched his head in astonishment. He felt that there didn't seem to be anything wrong, but there also seemed to be something wrong. Forget it. Chapter 465. His long eyelashes fluttered a few times as he was stimulated by a ray of sunlight in the morning. His tightly shut eyelids squirmed for a while before they stubbornly rolled up, revealing a pair of faint purple and gold eyes. After a moment, his beautiful eyes revealed a trace of spirit piercing through the confusion. When he looked to the side, he saw a row of figures standing not far away. They seemed to be fiddling with something in the bookcase in front of him. What made Yun Nuashing astonished was that when did he lie down? He remembered that he was cultivating at the end. He turned his head in confusion. When he woke up, his mind was still a mess. The spiritual power that he had consumed in the past 10 days had been replenished, but he still felt a little dizzy. Brother Nuashing, you're awake? Sensing that Yun Nuashing seemed to have woken up, a bell-like laughter came from behind him. A strand of black hair fell in front of him, combined with the faintly discernible softness beside his head and the unique way of addressing him. He knew whose soft thigh he was resting on. Exener, you're up so early? Yun Nuashing rubbed his eyes. He remembered that everyone had dark circles under their eyes last night. Yet they were all up so early in the morning to read books. This made him feel very strange. It's already late. The sun is already high up in the sky. Brother Nuashing is the last one to wake up. Lan Exener paused and suddenly muttered in a low voice, Brother Nuashing's spiritual power is clearly the strongest apart from Sister. She deliberately lowered her voice so that he could hear her words. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. When he saw that everyone was standing in front of the same row of bookcases, he was a little surprised. Everyone is helping Brother Nuashing look for the Yin spirit fire. Sister Zian and the others know that you came for this. Although they are not sure whether the Yin spirit fire is in this small world, they still got up before dawn. They haven't rested until now. Lan Exener smiled. Zian. Yun Nuashing chuckled in his heart and sighed. As the person in charge, he didn't say anything, but the others were more concerned than him. After coming to this small world, he had forgotten about the Een spirit fire for half of the time. Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuashing stood up and tiptoed towards the group of people who were engrossed in their work. After taking in their serious side profile, he said softly, "How is it? Is there any result?" "No, not at all. The earliest information recorded in the books was 5 years ago. If there were any records, it would have been subdued long ago. There's no such thing as the divine flame list in this world. There are no clues worth paying attention to. However, those valuable clues wouldn't appear in the book so openly. If we want to collect more clues, we will have to make contact with the people of this world." Hearing Yao Hua and the others' answers, Yun Nuashing's face couldn't help but twitch a few times. However, when he thought about it, this kind of information was very secretive, even in the realm of the gods. No one would be willing to publicize it. The moment the public knew about it was the moment the divine flame erupted. However, some of the divine flames were more docile. They were buried deep underground in the magma and did not move, making it difficult for people to detect them. Yun Nuashing pinched his wrist and thought for a while. Then he nodded and said, "Then let's go out for a walk." "Oh." As soon as he said that, Yao Hua and the others excitedly raised their hands. The cheers seemed to be celebrating their escape from the evil custodian. Yun Nuashing's face darkened. These guys had probably wanted to go out for a long time. Yun Nuashing did a head count, then finally looked at Qin Yan and asked, "But there are too many of us in this group. It's too conspicuous. Let's split up. Jining, the 9 of you have a tacit understanding, so the 9 of you will be in a group. As for the rest, Qin Yan, do you want to come with us?" "Up to you. Any group is fine." Qin Yan smiled faintly and nodded. "Then let's do it this way. Let's exchange soul imprints. If there is any danger, we will know. We still don't know how strong the experts of this small world are, so we should be more discreet." Yun Nuashing said softly, "Don't worry." Yao Hua and the others grinned. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but want to beat them up. Before going down the stairs, Yun Nuashing turned around and looked at the plaque hanging from the ceiling. Although it was written in the language of this small world, he could understand it now. He saw that there were 3 big words written on the plaque: Ancient Literature Area. These 3 words made him stumble and almost fall down the stairs. The common language of all races in the realm of the gods was dismissed by an ancient language. However, this small world was born in the realm of the gods. It was a brand new world that was born with the ladder as the foundation. Calling the realm of the gods ancient didn't seem to be inappropriate. "Be careful! Don't get into trouble. Call us if you need anything. No one in this world understands the power of the elements, so hide a little." After parting ways outside the library, Yun Nuashing saw that Yao Hua and the others couldn't wait to rush into the sky and hurriedly reminded them, "Little star, you guys should be careful. If I find the Een spirit fire, I'll let you guys know. See you on the day of the profound dragon ritual." The wood spirit's laughter echoed in his ears, causing him to roll his eyes. After watching Yao Hua and the others disappear into the horizon, Yun Nuashing lowered his head, only to see that many people on the street were looking at them with a frightened expression. Their eyes seemed to be filled with an expression of disbelief, as if they were frightened, causing him to be startled. Although there is no elemental cultivation in this world, we can still use the wind element to fly. It's just that the people here can't feel it. People who can fly freely in the sky like this are all top-notch experts in this world. Yuan, she saw through his doubts and transmitted his voice. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing nodded thoughtfully. Then he shrugged and smiled. "Well, who cares? Let's go too." After saying that, the surging wind element swept everyone up and rushed into the sky, leaving behind a bunch of terrified discussions on the ground. Zian and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. This guy just said not to get into trouble. "Boss, I also want to see this world and fight with the people here." As soon as they stopped, Yun Nuashing heard Nightmare's voice. After thinking for a while, he nodded helplessly. Anyway, this guy wasn't afraid of being caught. He had a black side that even the former was a little wary of. Moreover, Nightmare himself wasn't weak, so there shouldn't be any accidents after exchanging soul imprints with Nightmare. Yun Nuashing said, "Don't make a fuss and let the whole small world know about you. They won't." Nightmare laughed, then licked his lips and said, "I'll make everyone remember the name Nightmare." Yun Nuashing's face was filled with black lines. He wanted to say something, but Devil Nightmare was already laughing loudly as he walked further and further away. He knew that this small world would probably become turbulent because of the appearance of the latter. After watching Nightmare for a while, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath, turned his head and smiled at Ziyin and the others. "Let's go. We're going to take action on our side." No one in this small world cultivated the power of the elements, so the power of the elements drifting between heaven and earth was very abundant. Putting aside the turbid power of heaven and earth, this place was very suitable for tempering the elements. Nightmare, Yaohua, and the others were very curious about this new world. There might be something here that the realm of the gods didn't have, so they wanted to see this world. Yun Nuashing wasn't worried about their safety. Yaohua and the others all had amazing backgrounds, so there was really no need for him to worry about them. Instead, he was worried about whether this small world could withstand their torment. But now that they had left, they didn't know where to go. Without a map or any information, they strolled aimlessly on the plains. Yun Nuashing and the others walked together, enjoying the peace of this moment. They didn't talk about cultivation or other things. They all knew that they might be busy soon, so it was good to take the opportunity to relax. "Little star!" At this moment, a strange look flashed across Ziyin and Mei Mao's eyes. The hand holding Yun Nuashing's hand paused slightly. Something seemed to be wrong. Yun Nuashing turned his head and smiled. "What's wrong?" "I think I'm about to advance," Ziyin said softly, startling Yun Nuashing and the others. Their eyebrows couldn't help but tremble. "Your aura is fluctuating slightly. It seems that you were stimulated by the turbid energy of the small world and caused some backlash. A lot of the energy of the night god spring hidden in your body has been stimulated." Yun Nuashing clasped her wrist and sensed it. He was a little speechless. How could this be? Even you're an immortal. How long will my breakthrough barrier block me? Yun Nuashing raised his head and smiled bitterly. Why was it always his turn to deal with all kinds of problems? But if you can break the barrier, it will also rebound because the suppression of the energy will disappear. At that time, your cultivation speed will be much faster. Nuashing, don't be anxious. Yuan, she comforted him. That's true. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. He knew that, but the huge amount of energy he attracted from the night god spring didn't allow him to advance. He didn't know if the path he was pursuing now would work. If it didn't work, he didn't know what to do. "Brother Nua, there's a village over there. Let's rest there for a few days, and let Sister Ziyin advance first." "Yi," she pointed to a place far away in front of them. They could faintly see the shadows of some buildings there. Yun Nuashing sighed and nodded. Although he was a little depressed, he naturally wouldn't refuse. To be able to see the people around him become more and more powerful, of course, it was a happy thing. It was just that he was a little puzzled. Ziyin's jade fingers gently slid across Yun Nuashing's palm. She smiled gently at him. She knew that this little idiot was causing trouble for her again. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and chuckled. He didn't say anything. The village was connected to mountains and rivers. A river ran through the village. Patches of green trees formed a natural barrier, sprinkling a cool shade. The scenery was quite tranquil. This world seemed to place great importance on cultivation. Even the children inside had faint energy flowing outside their bodies. However, those people were only a part of the huge number of low-level cultivators. Most of the villages in this small world were just ordinary cultivators who lived in seclusion in the mountains and forests. They wouldn't attract attention. In the realm of the gods, there were many large cities. Those were the places where humans lived. Although there were also villages of various sizes, Most of them were scattered across the boundless region. If they were scattered, their numbers would definitely not be small. Of course, even though it was just a village, it was still built very beautifully. It was quiet and peaceful, exuding a tranquil aura. It was as if it was a secluded place. It was exceptionally elegant. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers. Even in the realm of the gods, it would be a scenic spot. Upstream of the river that ran through the small village, between the short mountains, Yun Nuashing was emitting the origin of the divine body. It covered Xian's body. The two constitutions resonated with each other, increasing her senses to a terrifying level. Yun Nuashing was even worried that the energy here was too scarce, so he took out a piece of holy-grade, mysterious crystal. On the side, Yishi and the other two were lying by the river. They used their hands to tease the small fish in the river. They felt the tranquility of nature. It was very peaceful. I haven't felt such an atmosphere in a long time. Qin Yan took a deep breath and smiled as if she was talking to herself. Although she was the eldest daughter of the Qin family, she also shouldered a lot of burdens. She kept cultivating day and night. She never felt relaxed. Although she appeared to be very quiet, her heart wasn't what it looked like on the surface. Now that she was quiet, she felt much calmer. How about it? Do you want to join us? Yuan, she grinned and said, if you follow Little Star, you can go to many interesting places and go on adventures. Although it's very dangerous, once you relax, you'll be free. You can soar in the vast sky. If you like, you can lie down and roll around in the grassland for a whole day without doing anything. You won't have the same sense of urgency as before. You can relax a lot. You can go to Taiyuan territory, the western regions, the northern wasteland, the eastern sea, the southern plains. It sounds very tempting. Qin Yan smiled gently. She could hear the relaxation in Yuan Shi's words. If he only lived for himself, his cultivation wouldn't slow down. If it weren't for the Qin family, maybe I wouldn't be able to resist the temptation and follow you to travel far away. Qin Yan sighed with melancholy. Her long hair swayed as she looked to the side. On the quiet green grass, there were many youths sitting cross-legged, quietly comprehending and cultivating. They didn't know what the level system of this world was like. When they sensed it, it seemed like it was only the emptiness realm. At that time, they were also sensing the power of the heavens and the earth and comprehending the heavens and the earth so that they could embark on the path of cultivation. We don't have the talent of others, and we don't have the pills that can help us develop our bodies. Therefore, if we want to survive in this cruel world, we have to endure more hardships and experience more powerful setbacks. Even if we start cultivating later than others, become Dharma cultivators, reach the martial realm later than others, reach the Dharma realm later than others, and can only look up to the sky realm later. So what? As long as we can reach the sky realm one day, who cares if it's sooner or later? All you need is time, experience, and an incomparably tenacious heart. At this time, among the group of youths, there was a middle-aged expert who was around the mortal level 4. He spoke loudly to the group of youths. This caused Qin Yan and the others to smile. Many of the youths on the grass were only 12 or 13 years old. At this age, they had already come into contact with the mortal level. Nuashing, do you still remember what you were like when you were young? Yuan, she turned around and called out to Yun Nuashing, who was not far away. Yun Nuashing was slightly taken aback when she heard this. Her eyes dimmed slightly, and then she shook her head and said, I don't remember. When I remember, I was already in the Pantheon realm and almost reached the quasi-mortal level. Yuan, she was taken aback and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Yun Nuashing shook her head, indicating that he didn't need to worry about it. Her state of mind would not be so easily shaken by the memories of the past. Now, she was still helping Xian to advance steadily. After a while, when he felt that Xian's advancement was smooth and there was no need for him to guide her, he breathed a sigh of relief and jumped down from the rock. He walked over to Yi Shi and the others and also lay down. Yi Shi looked up and rolled, directly lying on Yun Nuashing's back. The three of them didn't know what expression to make. The middle-aged expert glanced at Yun Nuashing and the others on the other side of the river. A trace of awe and fear flashed through his eyes. He couldn't see through the cultivation of the 5 people. Even Yi Shi, who he thought was the youngest, couldn't see through it. However, when he saw the energy fluctuations around the peerless girl sitting cross-legged on a huge rock, he knew that it wasn't that they didn't have cultivation. It was just that he couldn't see through them at all. It was a group of terrifying experts who passed by their village. Chapter 466. Yun Nuashing tried to take out the treasure map, but the opening was still stuck to the scroll. He couldn't open it no matter how hard he tried. Yun Nuashing gave up. He had been taking out the treasure map a lot lately, but he couldn't open it no matter how hard he tried. He was used to having the treasure map in the God realm, so he wasn't afraid of going anywhere. Now that he was in a foreign place and couldn't use the treasure map, he felt a little uneasy. She rested her chin on Yun Nuashing's head as she watched him struggle to open the treasure map. She couldn't help but say, "Don't bother. This map doesn't have the spatial information of this small world. You can't open it no matter how hard you try." Spatial information? Yun Nuashing and the other 2 said in unison. Spatial information is spatial information. It's the arrangement of the spatial coordinates of this world. This map is engraved with complicated spatial arrays that can detect space at any time. However, this map doesn't have the spatial coordinates of this small world, so you can't open it, Yishi said. Also, if you want to enter the spatial coordinates of this small world, you need to have a very deep understanding of the coordinates. Only a spatial array master of the same level as me can do it. At least, I can't do it, Yishi added. Oh, so you didn't dare to open the portal at that time. You even said there was a deviation of about 100 million miles. Yun Nuashing nodded. Yishi blushed. She hated studying the coordinates of a long string of numbers. She gave up halfway because she felt annoyed. Well, it's fine if you can't use it. The map of this small world can be bought in any city. There's no rush. The profound dragon ritual won't start for a while. Any city can participate. Yun Nuashing shook his head. After thinking for a while, the patterns on his arm lit up slightly. He took out the Nethervoid sword and stabbed it into the river. Since it's a small world, I'll let the Nethervoid sword out. I'm not afraid that someone will recognize me. Yun Nuashing smiled. The Nethervoid sword had a trace of his soul. When the 2 were in physical contact, they could respond to each other and sense the world. According to the latter, this was called sword cleansing. He put his whole heart and soul into the sword. However, Nethervoid's sword didn't tell him the specific benefits. He only asked him to let her out when he was free. Wash your sword. Qin Yan smiled faintly. Oh, you know? Yun Nuashing turned her head curiously. Qin Yan nodded. There are many sword cultivators in the Qin clan, so I know a little about them. It is said that washing the sword can improve the compatibility between the user and the sword, making the sword easier to control and unleash greater power. Yun Nuashing remained silent as he gently stroked the Nethervoid sword. He stood aloof from worldly affairs and disliked interacting with others. He wasn't very interested in cultivation, so he didn't understand these things very well. However, because he had his brothers by his side, as well as Z and the others who urged him to cultivate, he worked hard to cultivate. Perhaps one day something would happen that would make him desperate for power. Only then would he be motivated to cultivate with all his might. Fortunately, he had a special physique. Due to many reasons, his cultivation speed was much faster than ordinary people's. So he wasn't left too far behind unknowingly. The sky in the distance was dyed red by the setting sun. Even the young boys and girls on the grassland had disappeared. Wisps of smoke rose from the village. Yun Nuashing and the others were a little surprised. A day had passed without them noticing. It seemed that lying by the river was a little too comfortable. They were about to welcome their first night outside the small world. Yun Nuashing and Yuan, she didn't think much of it. They had traveled together for a long time. Most of the time, they walked in deserted areas and slept on the ground. They spent most of their time like this, but they were worried that Qi and Yen wouldn't be able to adapt. They turned their heads and looked at the huge rock not far away. Ziyan's body was surrounded by a surging aura. From the looks of it, if nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to successfully advance tomorrow morning. They were not worried about this. Qi. While Yun Nuashing and the others were in a daze, a slight sound of wind breaking suddenly rang out in the night sky. Although this sound was extremely faint, it was still detected by Yun Nuashing and the others, who had extremely sharp senses. They immediately stood up and turned around, only to see a black shadow pouncing out from the forest beside them like a cheetah. Her palms flashed, and a ray of cold light that was extremely dazzling under the night sky suddenly rushed toward Ziyan on the giant rock. The moment that cold light appeared, Ziyan suddenly opened her eyes. Looking at the black shadow pouncing towards her, she was slightly startled. However, she didn't make any movements. She didn't even withdraw from her cultivation state. How dare you? Yun Nuashing's expression turned cold and anger surged in her eyes. Light elements flashed, and she instantly appeared in front of Ziyan. Her extreme speed stunned the black shadow. As she pounced closer, Yun Nuashing discovered that the black shadow was slightly thin and wasn't very tall. Her thin and small figure was like a child. She wore an ice-cold and expressionless metal mask on her face, which made her look extremely strange. In response to Yun Nuashing's cry, he immediately saw a person appear in front of him in the next second. The black figure's body also paused. Under the metal mask, a cold glint suddenly flashed and disappeared. With a wave of his hand, a handful of gray powder drifted and covered the former. Soon after, the charging figure suddenly paused and abruptly turned around, retreating explosively towards the forest. Clearly, he also knew that it was useless to continue staying. The wind elements surrounding her body blew away the gray powder that covered the sky. When Yun Nuashing turned her gaze, the thin and small figure had already rushed into the forest. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuashing didn't chase after her. That thin and small figure wasn't very strong, but he was able to quietly approach the area covered by their divine sense without being discovered. However, even if she didn't make a move, that black shadow wouldn't be able to cause any harm to Ziyan. Instead, she was worried that the rebounding 5 elements force would kill that black shadow. Who's there? Yuan Shi and the others appeared beside Yun Nuashing in a flash and asked softly. He remembered the assassination attempt he had encountered in the Divine Prefecture, but it was definitely not that group of people. No one knew that they were in the small world at this time. I don't know. Don't worry about him. Yun Nuashing shook her head. They didn't have much interaction with this small world, so they just treated it as if they had mistaken someone. When she turned around and saw that Ziyan was still concentrating on his advancement, she didn't care anymore. She gently stamped her foot on the huge rock, and a magic array quietly condensed under Ziyan's body, shielding his turbulent energy fluctuations. Yun Nuashing guessed that the other party might have been attracted by this huge amount of divine qi. Swish! Just after the magic array was formed, there were suddenly a few wind-breaking sounds in the night sky. Then a few figures quickly leaped out of the forest. When they passed by here, they paused and landed below the huge rock. Their sharp eyes swept over Yun Nuashing and the others. Fellow Taoist, did you see anyone passing by here? The few figures paused, and a young man with a gloomy face suddenly cupped his hands and asked Yun Nuashing and the others. Yun Nuashing's gaze also turned and carefully sized up the 4 people who suddenly appeared. The 4 people's auras were all in the 8 or 9 extremes of the mortal realm. They were much stronger than the black figure who had just disappeared. The 4 of them were wearing the same clothes, so they obviously came from the same place. It's a young man in the initial martial realm. Did you see him? Seeing that Yun Nuashing was silent, the gloomy young man cupped his hands again. There was a trace of anxiety and uneasiness in his voice, as well as some impatience. That person went into the mountain forest. Yun Nuashing turned around and pointed in the direction where the black figure had just escaped and said flatly. The gray-robed young man in the lead hesitantly glanced at the mountain forest, then cupped his hands at Yun Nuashing. Soon after, he waved his hand and said, "Chase!" As soon as his voice fell, he took the lead. His body turned into a black figure and rushed into the mountain forest. Behind him, 3 burly men with murderous intent quickly followed. Looks like this place isn't peaceful either. Qin Yan withdrew Mei Mao and said flatly as she watched the 4 people disappear into the mountain forest. This is also a miniature version of the realm of the gods. How could the world of cultivators be peaceful? We just chose a relatively peaceful path and didn't want to have too many disputes with the people of the world. Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. He was a little puzzled in his heart. He didn't know why the black figure would attack Xian. They shouldn't have provoked anyone. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and sat down on a huge rock. After the commotion, just now, he didn't dare to stray too far from Xian. Fortunately, the people who came this time weren't very strong. If it was someone who was as strong as them, Xian would be in danger. Yuan Shi and Qin Yan also found a place to sit down. They placed Xian in the center and calmly stared at the mountain forest nearby. As long as there was any movement, the 3 of them would fiercely attack. She curled her lips and lay in Yun Nuashing's arms. She used him as a pillow and fell asleep. The next morning, he woke up with the sound of people exchanging pointers. He raised his head and saw a group of boys and girls exchanging pointers under the light of the morning sun. What surprised Yun Nuashing was that Yuan Shi and Qin Yan actually got along well with the group of children. The mortal stage middle-aged man carefully looked at the 2 from among the children. It could be seen that he was also a little happy. "You're awake?" Xian's voice came from behind. It seemed that she had also successfully advanced. Yun Nuashing also breathed a sigh of relief. He thought for a moment and took the little phoenix out of his soul. Little guy who can't grow up. Seeing that the little phoenix was still only the size of a palm, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but laugh. It had been more than a year, but it was still so small. Chirp! The little phoenix flapped its wings as if it was arguing, which made Yun Nuashing laugh silently. Then, to his astonishment, he saw that the little phoenix's body lit up. Then, that small body gradually grew a lot in his astonished gaze. Standing in front of Yun Nuashing, its 3 gorgeous tail feathers exuded a dazzling red light. Its wings were flowing with the color of flames. Looking at the little phoenix, suddenly growing a lot and standing up, it was almost a meter tall. Yun Nuashing and Xian were speechless for a moment. Divine beasts can freely control their body shape. The little phoenix is now almost at the demigod rank. It could have become like this long ago, but it didn't want to. Yi Shi, who was in his arms, saw it and said softly. She had already seen the little phoenix in the spiritual world, so she wasn't surprised. The little phoenix cried out excitedly. Its wide wings flapped vigorously, causing a gust of wind. Suddenly it soared into the sky. Seeing how excited it was, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but laugh. Little Star seems to want to take out everything in the spiritual world. Xian laughed softly behind him. Yesterday he took out the netherworld ruined sword, and today he let the little phoenix out. There are no experts from the realm of the gods who covet me here. If it weren't for the fact that there are so many things going on in the realm of the gods, I wouldn't have put these away to avoid trouble if they saw me. Yun Nuashing sighed. The little phoenix flew in the sky to its heart's content. Then it landed from the sky, folded its wings, and stepped on Yun Nuashing's shoulder. Yun Nuashing smiled and stroked its face with her fingers. Nuashing. After a while, they saw Yuan Shi and Qin Yan walking back quickly. The young boys and girls behind them were running toward the village in a panic. The middle-aged man also looked flustered and kept saying something. The two of them also had a strange expression on their faces. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" "Something seems to have happened in the village. Should we go and take a look?" Yuan, she scratched his head and said, "If you want to go, then let's go." Yin Nuashing shrugged, then jumped up from the rock and pulled the few of them toward the place where the people ran. Chapter 467. Looking at the empty houses around them and the messy stalls on the small road, the stall owner seemed to be in a hurry when he left. He even knocked over 2 small tables, and some fruits rolled on the ground as if a ferocious beast had passed through. Looking into the distance, he could see many people running in the same direction. Some people were even running out of their houses. The middle-aged man he had just seen was also in the crowd. Looking at his panicked expression, he seemed to have heard some terrible news. Stepping over a small bridge and walking to the other end of the village, they saw the fenced area. It was as if everyone in the village had run over. Even the willow catkins on the shore seemed a little depressing when they floated. Yun Nuashing sniffed and sensed something unusual. The smell of blood is very strong. Yuan Shi and the others couldn't help but frown when they heard that. They walked faster. "Uncle Feng, what happened?" Yuan Shi walked to the middle-aged man and asked quickly. The middle-aged man turned around and looked at Yun Nuashing and the others in horror. He said in a low voice, "There's another murder in the village." Again, Yun Nuashing caught the word but didn't feel much of a shock. In the world of cultivators, people died every day. It was just that this was a peaceful village that stood aloof from worldly affairs. That was why there was such a big commotion when there was a murder. It's not been more than once. It's not the first time. In the past 2 years, people would often die mysteriously, and their deaths can only be described as tragic. And it's not just in our village. It's the same in the neighboring villages. The same thing happened in the neighboring villages one after another, but it's relatively rare in our village. The middle-aged man who was addressed as Uncle Feng by Yuan, she was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Moreover, it's said that it's all done by one person. But our village hasn't offended anyone in recent years. Just 1.5 years ago, people from the Dragon Mist Empire got involved in the investigation. But after so long, they still couldn't find the culprit. Uncle Feng said quickly, "Dragon Mist Empire?" Yun Nuashing was puzzled. Was the place they were in now under the jurisdiction of an empire? You don't know. Seeing his puzzled look, it was Uncle Feng's turn to be stunned. However, he waved his hand and said, "We'll talk about this later, Clang." As soon as Uncle Feng finished his words, the sound of a bell could be heard from afar. It sounded leisurely with a tinge of coldness, as though it was mourning for the dead. As soon as the bell rang, the surrounding villagers all rushed towards a certain direction. Murmurs could be heard, and Yun Nuashing caught hold of an important piece of news. The people from the Dragon Mist Empire had arrived. The people from the Empire are here. The village bell won't ring unless it's a dangerous moment. I'm afraid the village chief wants to summon us to talk about something. Little brother, you guys should stay here or leave first. When Uncle Feng heard the bell, he sighed and said to Yuan Shi. Then he rushed in the direction where the crowd had left. After watching the crowd leave, the place suddenly became empty. Yun Nuashing looked at the place where the crowd had gathered just now. There was a house with only one floor. The door was ajar, and the smell of blood surged into Yun Nuashing's nose. He frowned. How many people had died in such a strong smell of blood? Yun Nuashing walked to the side of the house and leaned half of his body in. He gently pushed the door open, and then he saw a scene that he would never forget. A middle-aged man was lying on the floor of the house. His eyes were tightly shut, and there was still a peaceful look on his face. It was as if he didn't suffer any pain when he died. A beautiful lotus flower pierced through his back and bloomed on his chest. The blood on the petals was slowly dripping down. The only wound caused all the blood in his body to leave the body. On the spacious ground, a strange scene was drawn. A noble demon with a bloody mouth was devouring the man's soul, and the man was lying in the center of the painting. Yun Nuashing suddenly turned around and stopped the curious scene. He carried her to the side and gently caressed her delicate face. He said softly, "Lass, you don't look." Startled by Yun Nuashing's sudden action, Zian raised his head. Mei Mao looked at his eyes strangely, but she couldn't see anything in them. However, she was very obedient to his words, so she didn't ask anything. Since he said she couldn't look, then she shouldn't look. "Okay." Zian nodded and smiled sweetly. She said, "I'll be outside and won't go in. Little Xingxing, call me if you need anything." Yun Nuashing smiled and gently patted her head. Then he turned and walked into the house. Yuan Shi and Qin Yan also saw this strange scene and frowned. Yi, she didn't react at all. After living for so many years, she had seen everything. How could she be afraid of this thing? Should I say it's art or a pervert? Qin Yan looked for a while and turned her gaze away in disgust. She fanned her jade-like hands in front of her. The strong smell of blood made her uncomfortable. The one who did this is either a pervert or a demon. Yuan Shi frowned and squatted down to take a look. Blood flowed out of the body, but the body didn't dry up. The lotus flower on the chest was even more strange. It seemed to have pierced into the body from the back. The long roots tied the whole person up. Combined with the painting on the ground, it looked like some kind of ritual was being held. Could it be some kind of ritual? Yun Nuashing asked. He didn't look at it for too long. He was afraid that if he looked at it for too long, he would get depressed. I don't know about other places. Anyway, there's no such ritual in the realm of the gods. Moreover, there's no sign of energy flow, so it shouldn't be. Yi, she shook her head. However, she wasn't very sure. Who knew if it was a ritual unique to this small world that she didn't know about? The air suddenly quieted down. The four of them looked at each other. After a long time, their eyes met. For a moment, they wanted to say something, but they didn't know what to say. Well, it's not up to us to care about this. Shall we just ignore it? Yun Nuashing sighed and looked at Yuan Shi. According to him, ignoring this matter should be the best outcome. He didn't want to care about such a strange thing. Okay. Qin Yan and Yi Shi nodded. Yuan Shi hesitated for a moment, but also nodded. After all, they were just passers-by. For the time being, they didn't have the intention to meddle in other people's business. Xingxing, someone is here. Zian knocked on the door and said softly. Yun Nuashing and the others looked outside. They looked at each other, nodded, and walked out of the door. Yun Nuashing was a little curious when he heard that people from the Dragon Mist Empire had come. This was a matter of the lower class. Why would an empire be involved? When he walked out, he was even more confused because he saw 4 people walking quickly from the small bridge. Among them, there was a young man with a gloomy face and 3 burly men. You are from the Dragon Mist Empire? Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows. Yes, you look unfamiliar. May I know why you are visiting this small village? The gloomy young man was also a little surprised. He cupped his hands. He didn't expect to meet the people he met by chance last night again today. It's nothing. We are from the roaming cloud continent. We just happened to settle down here. Yun Nuashing waved his hand. He looked at the small house behind him and then looked at the young man. He said, "Is the person last night the murderer?" "I don't know." The young man shook his head and said faintly. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. He felt that this conversation couldn't continue. The young man with a gloomy face swept his gaze across the group. If he looked into their eyes, he would feel a piercing pain in his eyes. This made his heart skip a beat, and he quickly averted his gaze. That little girl gave him the strongest feeling. When did my Dragon Mist Empire have these 5 terrifying people? The gloomy young man was frightened by his own perception. He knew that the strength of these 5 people must be far beyond his. That was why he felt this way. Maybe these 5 people can help us find that the gloomy young man thought of an idea that scared himself. However, he couldn't get it out of his mind. It was as if it had taken root in his mind. Seeing the gloomy young man's expression flickering, Yun Nuashing had a bad feeling. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "If there's nothing else, we will take our leave." After he finished speaking, he was about to leave with Zian and the others. However, he suddenly heard the gloomy young man laugh. "My friend, do you want to hear this long story?" "Story?" Yun Nuashing paused and turned his head. He saw the gloomy young man looking at the blood-stained house. There was a complicated look in his eyes. He didn't know what he was thinking. "Yes, a story. A story that started 3 years ago when the mystery dragon ritual stopped and the fire of sacrifice didn't descend." The gloomy young man also turned around and walked towards Yun Nuashing and the others. He stopped in front of them. "Fire of sacrifice?" Hearing these words, Yun Nuashing's hand trembled slightly. Yuan Shi and the others fixed their gazes on the former. This so-called fire of sacrifice, could it be? After thinking for a while, Yun Nuashing nodded and followed the gloomy young man. He said, "Don't we need to care about that place?" "Don't worry about it." He let out a long sigh and shook his head. He said, "It's useless even if we look at it. We haven't found it after so long. I don't think that looking at another scene will bring us any additional benefits." When they reached the small bridge, the gloomy young man stopped. He turned around and leaned against the pier. He looked at Yun Nuashing and asked softly, "Have you participated in the real mystery dragon ritual?" Yun Nuashing shook his head. Not to mention the real mystery dragon ritual. He hadn't even participated in the fake one. Seeing this, the gloomy young man nodded. He twirled a strand of hair with his fingers and sorted out his thoughts. Then he said, "The mystery dragon ritual is divided into 2 parts. The first is a celebratory event that is open to ordinary people. This is not the real mystery dragon ritual. The real mystery dragon ritual is a ritual that is jointly held by the 8 big empires. The upper echelons of the 8 big empires gather together and choose 8 priests. The most outstanding priests are allowed to summon the fire of sacrifice through the priest dance. This one is open to martial artists. Of course, without the recommendation of the people from the empires, you can't participate." "So troublesome." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. But since this was the case, the so-called real mystery dragon ritual was probably not that simple. Yu Qin didn't explain it to them in detail. "As for the specifics, I haven't participated in it in the past, so I don't know what the fire of sacrifice is. 3 years ago, when I wanted to participate, there was an accident." The gloomy young man let out a long sigh. There seemed to be some regret in his sigh. The sacred relic needed for the ritual, the Dragon Mist Empire's sacred relic, was snatched away at the site of the ritual. Moreover, it was snatched away by a single person. The gloomy young man gritted his teeth and couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. To have the sacred relic of the ritual taken away in front of the 8 big empires was a disgrace to the entire empire. When Yun Nuashing heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He sent a telepathic message to Zian and the others. The person who destroyed the ritual is also very powerful. To snatch something away in front of so many powerful people. Do you think it's the work of the elites from the realm of the gods? Yuan, she also sent a telepathic message. That's hard to say. Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. The gloomy young man took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said softly, "After that, I've been out searching for the sacred relic of the Dragon Mist Empire. It wasn't until 2 years ago that I sensed a reaction from the sacred relic in this remote southern region that I rushed here from the Empire. When I arrived at the place where the reaction came from, I saw that kind of scene. Have you ever thought that this could be done by people from other empires?" Yun Nuashing asked casually. We thought about it at first, but it's not up to me to prove this kind of thing." The gloomy young man smiled bitterly and shook his head.